to go to your house. You can actually go around and kill.
Okay, hello everyone. So, in this video, we're going to do another live stream of my brother playing games, and this is on a loop. So, if you're seeing this, hi again. No, actually, that's not how that's going to work, because it's going to be a loop of a playlist. The playlist is linked below. I guess it's safe to say we own all of these videos, my brother and I. We're just playing them back on a live stream because it's just easier, I think, for people to digest videos in this format. We did it yesterday, and it got overwhelmingly positive reviews. I apologize for the audio. Some of these are a little bit better. He kind of worked on his audio, but still, these videos, some of them are 8 years old plus, and we were still learning a lot about setup, and I finally got him a good microphone, and we were trying to figure all this out. So I hope you guys enjoy. He did Dragon Ball Z, Legacy of Goku, Robocop, Deadly Towers, Hydlide, Jaws, Chip 'n Dale Rescue Rangers 2, Arstotzka's Ring, Faxandu, No Death Run, Red Code, which was like a flash game, an endurance run. There's really no true ending to that. He just wanted to see how far he could get. Sword of Hope is what we're going to end with, and that's a multiple part series. But a lot of these are a single 1 to 2 videos, and they're the entire playthrough of a game. So that's going to take us probably 10 to 12 hours to play through. And yeah, I hope you guys enjoy. Like I say, it did really well yesterday with Zelda 2. That was a no death run. What else did we play? Castlevania, and then his Dragon Warrior, was it Dragon Warrior 3 or Dragon Warrior 1? No sword run. He's really good at this. I will leave the comments on for a little bit. We're accepting donations, but don't donate if you can't afford it. Don't do that. It's not worth it to me. It's not worth it to him. We more or less just want to share what we're doing. Anyway, leave a like, hit subscribe for more, and I will let my brother take it from here. I might tweak a few things throughout if I don't like the way it's playing back. I know I need to turn the desktop audio way up. I found that out yesterday. So, chat has not engaged yet with the bot Ricks. Are we actually okay? All right. Anyway, I'll let this go. Yeah, he says in the beginning here, he lost like 80 videos that he'd been working on because one of the hard drives went out. He was saving this stuff too. So that stinks. All right. Let you guys get to it. Leave a like, hit subscribe for more. I will see you in the next one.
Hello again, everybody, and welcome to Dragon Ball Z, the Legacy of Goku. There we go. Yeah, it's a bit finicky when it wants to start. Anyway, so we're doing a new game. Now then, if you want to get technical, I already recorded beating this game. The main problem with that is, well, I'm pretty sure the thing I was saving the recordings went out, which is a big problem, seeing as I already recorded about 70 to 80 videos, so yeah, that's a bit of an annoyance. Anyway, you gotta go over and collect magazines. There's 3 of them in this area. 2 outside, 1 in the house. Don't bother going upstairs. Talk to Master Roshi, I think that's what his name is, and it should reach level 2. So he runs off and Maybe, may not. I thought flying would be easier, but whatever. Anyway, you use Nimbus to go to your house. You can actually go around and kill the miscellaneous snakes and squirrels, which I'd highly suggest being at least level 3 before you get too far. Which, well, actually you can fight some crabs, which give much more experience, which, well, yeah, this game actually has experience than snakes and squirrels. I would highly suggest staying away and attacking them with range, because seriously, these things really do hit hard. As a matter of fact, a lot of these things hit hard on this game. Let's see here. That's right, you hit R for your flying ability, and you only got a limited amount of time to actually move. It's good for quick getaways, just in case you get cornered. Just be warned that the instant you get hit, you aren't going to be able to fly until after you hit R again. As far as I know, snakes don't actually hit you. But anyway, I would highly suggest killing whatever you come across, because seriously, you'll be needing the experience. Yeah, you should get level 4 before leaving this area. Yeah, as I said, a lot of these enemies are going to do quite a bit of damage. I know that Goku's is supposed to be a Saiyan and is supposed to have taken out King Piccolo at this point, but apparently the most dangerous thing in this area are wolves. Which there's a lot of them. I would highly suggest trying to weaken them from a range, and you see that red flashing? That means you actually hit something. If you're missing, which is very easy to do on this game, you better just move away and readjust yourself, because seriously, you're going to need to make sure you hit the enemies before you get too far in fighting them. Also be warned that when things like wolves and crabs and such are under the backdrop, under the scenery, they can hurt you. Which is a bit of an annoyance, seeing that there's a lot of scenery in this game. As I said, make sure you are hitting, because seriously, you're going to need to make sure of that. I would highly suggest collecting whatever herbs and such you can get. Well, I guess I don't need anything in this area. Just watch your HP, because seriously, it's pretty easy for it to go down. Yeah. Sometimes herbs are just all green. They can have red berries on them too. They heal quarter health. Anyway, in this area, you gotta make sure you collect the rocks. You'll be needing them. I know that dinosaur may seem like an enemy, but it's not. Anyway, that's the first rock. I think the second rock down here. As I said, make sure you fight things out of scenery, because seriously, it's way too easy to just mash buttons and miss all the time. Okay. Yeah, you'll see 3 wolves here. Try drawing just one of them at a time, if you can. Yeah, you'll be getting a very useful attack later on in this episode. I'd say about the 20-minute mark. Or maybe less, depending on how well I'm doing. Which is actually a lot better than I thought I'd be doing. As I said, watch your HP, because seriously, it just goes down. Anyway, you can talk to Tien and Chaozu for, I think it was 500 experience points each. Okay, apparently I'm running out of flying energy. That's alright, let's see here. Yeah, you need at least, I'd say, 5 flying energy for this next part. Well, actually, I think less than that, but we'll see. It's also, I should also tell you that you can't actually turn when charging up an attack. That being said, make sure that the enemy is going to still be there when you release your attack. Yeah, just sort of fly away when this thing gets too close. Which really shouldn't be too much of a problem, seeing that there's a flying energy spear that reappears every so often. Yeah, just watch out for when you are low of energy. Because it'll just sort of reset if you're on a area you can't land on. There we go. 440. Okay, get the last rock, and, well, actually, no, that's an egg, ain't it? Alright, fly across. Get some flight power, and let's see here, I think the last rock is in the north part of this area. Alright, this rock. There should be some herbs down here if you're low on health. Alright, make sure you got free stones, well, rocks, stones, whatever you want to call them, and watch out for the snakes and wolves. I think there's actually one wolf here. Boy, I really need to watch my HP. Alright. Place the free stones here and level 6 speed increases. You actually get faster depending on how many things you've done, not your level. That being said, as your level increases, it doesn't actually increase your speed. So make sure you're healed up and... Well, almost forgot about that. Make sure you go and talk to the pterodactyl over here first. Alright. Make sure you got enough to fly over the river. I'm pretty sure you could fly down where that camp was too, but this is probably the more common way. And you can bother dealing with the dinosaur there, but I really don't recommend it. I think it gives like 2,000 experience if you do though. Anyway, you gotta do some things in this forest. Probably the easiest of which you're going to need some flight power for. Fly over to the center pond, get the bolt, grab the flying spear, give him his bolt back. You can actually talk to Yamcha and QR. I think that's the name of that cat thing. I think you get 1,000, well apparently 500 each for them. Anyway, if you can destroy the dinosaur from a distance, I would really recommend it. Also watch out because sometimes it tries flying down to you. As I said, make sure the enemy's going to be right in front of you if you're planning on doing that. Okay, so you gotta bring this little girl home and, well, you're gonna be up there again later, so... I think this is her home. I think you gotta talk to the father. 500 experience points. Okay, 805. Make sure you get as much health as you can. Let's see here. I think you can carry up to 3 senzu beans and 4 herbs. Anyway, fly up here and deal with the wolves. Talk to the cat. Deal with the more wolves. And if you remember where that dinosaur was, go over to here. Deal with the dinosaur. Which really shouldn't take too long. You'll pretty much be needing full flight points at this point though. Alright. At the very least 8 flight points, you're gonna need them. Go to the very far north you can and grab at least 1 pretty flower. Go down. If you got enough, fly across here. Fly across there and go over here and talk to that boy right next to the girl's house. Okay, level 7. You'll have to be dealing with, at the very least, 1 more wolf. As I said, make sure the enemy flashes red, so you make sure you hit him. Bring Nico back to this guy. Talk to this guy and believe he'll actually give you something. The solar flare. Which is definitely the most useful thing in the game. I'm not even gonna argue the point, that's a fact. Anyway. Now then, make sure you have full HP and hopefully flight points and immediately fly out if you can, and if not, immediately use solar flare. Seriously, this is going to be the most useful one. I mean, you should be able to get 3 or 4 hits in before they start moving again. Just in case, have some flight points. So you can just fly away. Now then, if it's just a 1-second charge attack, I'd highly suggest just hitting him twice. That's true for pretty much any enemy in this game. Thankfully, that speed increase should give you just enough to just run away from him when saving for more energy. Yeah, you can also get stuck on herbs and such, so make sure you can pick them up when possible. Alright, 4,000. And Piccolo's been standing there for maybe about 3 or 4 minutes. Just now attacks. And apparently he doesn't get any sort of animation to do an attack like Special Beam Cannon. Alright, now then you gotta wait for the, I guess it is a right in this one. I'm pretty sure it's the left in one of the newer ones. Anyway, Snake Way. I don't think they actually recover any of your stats. Anyway, make sure you stay out of the edge of Snake Way, because seriously, the sharp edges will actually hurt you. You should be able to fly across some of the shorter areas. Yep, the Snake Queen. Again, same tactic. I don't think this one has any blast attacks. Alright, 3,500. And just keep going. And eventually there should be a cutscene. Yeah, namely that one. And you'll reach here. You can actually attack the spirits that are moving around. The ones that are stationary, well, they don't actually do anything. Watch out if you do attack any of the spirits, and make sure you kill them, because seriously, they have high attack. Before I forget, I'm pretty sure you gotta activate this cutscene up to the north. Yeah, talk to this guy. As I said, don't try talking to the spirits unless you want to fight them. They give 1,000 experience each. Which is pretty good, but well, it's gonna take 11 of them to even get close to my next level up, so I'm not gonna worry about it. Which reminds me, I really should mention that. If you want to fight more enemies in one area without actually moving, say the game exit and then reload it, and it should reset all the enemies, even the ones you killed. The spirits are not actually aggressive unless you try killing them first. Anyway, you gotta fly down here or walk down here, whichever comes first. Talk to this guy. Or well, I think. Or maybe you gotta talk to that blue guy next to the tree first. You'll remove the barrier for you. Yep, after talking to that guy. Over, take the flying orb. Fly down. And talk to this guy. And you should be able to take the stationary ones. As in the spirits that aren't actually moving. Yeah, like that one. Damn. You gotta grab them one at a time. As you can see, you actually lose flight points pretty rapidly. They even get lost even if you don't move any. Anyway, you gotta get the other two. I'm pretty sure there's only 3 of them. Which one should be up here. Alright, go back all the way around again. Yeah, you'll be getting plenty of flight orbs. I'm pretty sure it's down here. Now you can make your way north. I hope that didn't make them hostile. Well, apparently not. Okay. Well, apparently you gotta go up north to get there. Yeah, another thing, make sure your stats are all full before you start moving. Before you start using, before you start grabbing, well gee, I lost my train of thought there. Anyway, Yeah, you can't collect any more than the maximum amount of the item. Okay, so I think this is the last spirit, so you gotta go over and talk to the blue guy again. I also don't think you can actually move through the spirits. Alright. So you gotta go over back to where the tree was. I don't think you even have to talk to the blue guy. Let's keep going. Go through and try taking the fruit. Yeah, that ain't a good surprise. Thankfully, there's a bunch of flight orbs, so you should be able to just sort of fly across no problem. Yeah, that's true. Okay, it didn't take that long. Alright. As I said, don't touch the railings if you can help it. Anyway, I just start from that corner and go to the upper right left corner, and that's that. Anyway, I would highly suggest having flight orbs, flight energy for this. Alright, you have to catch the monkey. How hard is this? Well, it all depends. On how well you can maneuver your flight. Anyway, just wait a while for flight orb to appear. It should eventually. Since Bubbles isn't a hostile character, I don't think the... well, actually, no, you can't actually use any energy for this one. Except for flying. Yeah, during the first recording, I really didn't have this much of a... oh, that's why I wasn't hitting the wrong button. Whoops. Alright. Yeah, this can either be really easy or really hard depending on whether or not he gets cornered. Or whether or not it wants to get hit. There we go. Again, I was doing a lot better during my first recording. It's too bad that was one guy corrupted or something. I mean, I really don't know what exactly is wrong with this thing, but it sure ain't working right. Anyway, just bop him on the head and King Kai doesn't teach the Kamehameha, he teaches a Spirit Bomb. Or Spirit Blast, depending on what you want to call it. Anyway. So, Goku switched back and you gotta fly down. From the right, I think it was. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go ahead and beat Vegeta and them before actually ending this episode. Anyway, talk to this kid. And go south. Now I forget if there's 3 or 4 of them, but you can actually get a capsule somewhere here. Yeah, the Kamehameha wave is, well, a wave. It's more dangerous than your normal Ki Blast, but I would highly suggest keeping it with the Solar Flare, because it's generally overall just better. Anyway, before I forget, I think it's this area over here in the far... Oh, that's right, you can't actually get through there until after you deal with everything. Alright. Ah yes, the bank robbers. Yeah, just make sure you aren't actually on a linear area, because when they try attacking you, because they shoot bullets. Also, make sure you don't leave the area because that resets their HP, I think. It'd be a lot easier if they'd stay away from the bank door. I'm pretty sure you can enter the bank. Yeah, it's easier just to draw them out from the scenery. As I said, you really don't want to deal with things in scenery. Or get caught on certain pieces of scenery. I'm pretty sure they can do a lot more damage than that. Especially for me, because I'm pretty sure I'm used to being a level 10 in this area. Let's see here, there's 3 of them, so I don't think it actually resets their numbers if you do leave the area. So then where is the last one? Yeah, if you can't find the last one, just exit out of the area. Yeah, you gotta give the kid back to its mother. And come back out, and while the places that they're supposed to be should be reset. There we go. For the living ones anyway. As I said, if you can get them out from under the scenery, that's a good idea. Yeah, the Kamehameha attack has a shorter range than your normal blast attack. Okay, 1500. And now before I turn in the capsules, I'm pretty sure there's one more just to the right of the closed off area. It shouldn't actually be closed off anymore then. Well, at least I thought there was. Oh well, I guess not. Anyway, with all the capsules in hand, I'm pretty sure that... I always thought there were 3 of them, but I guess there's only 2. In the northwest part of town, you should be able to go in and talk to this guy, and he'll give you 1500 XP each. Okay. Alright, wait, I think he does. And after that, just wait. If you can get flight energy, I'd highly recommend it. Of course, it's not really necessary. Make sure you have solar flare on. Seriously, that's going to be a very important... yeah, I guess that's just herbs. Solar flare is going to be one of the most important abilities you're going to have in this game. Alright. Talk to Nappa. As I said, just fly away from them the instant they start to fight. Because they got a high tendency of getting the first hit if you stand right next to them when you talk to them. Yeah, just use hit and run tactics. And try not running out of flight energy. If you can help it. I think Goku's actually slightly faster than Nappa at this point. Remember that solar flare actually works anywhere on screen. You don't necessarily have to be pointed at them. Yeah, I really don't like it when they stop moving. It just makes pretty much it just means if you did use all your energy charging for a normal key blast or something, you're pretty much you just wasted that energy since they aren't gonna move towards you. Anyway, after you pounded him for a good while, he should go down 20,000 experience. They really just go up 2 levels? I guess they did. Anyway, Vegeta is automatically going to be in battle mode, so you don't have to talk to him. Pretty much the same tactic. Yeah, he has a bad tendency of actually moving. He moves constantly when you're not around, and well, has the ability of using Blue Blast. Which I really don't know what the difference is between Goku's blast and Vegeta's blast, but I'm sure there is one somewhere. Anyway, you'll know when he's half health because he's going to start talking. Another fairly good strategy is to stun them and then use your key attacks. Of course, I'd still highly suggest using the solar flare and just punching them. Again, if you miss, don't bother trying to readjust unless you got time to. Yeah, as I said, that's about the half health mark. Remember, the longer you charge up in the solar flare, the longer they have to be frozen. Of course, I would highly suggest limiting yourself to at the most 5 attacks. Unless you got enough flight energy to fly away before the instant they unfreeze. Anyway, after a bit more time, once we got switched there, Yeah, you see how much HP Vegeta can take out. That was in one attack. Seriously, it's pretty easy to die on this game without solar flare tactics. Come on over here. He will eventually come to you. Which, well, apparently he's not. Okay. Yeah, you can't actually use the solar flare ability until everything's actually recovered from it again. There we go. 3,000 XP. Alright, so Vegeta gets mad. Which I should have told you this earlier, but you can find Yajirobe in the northwest corner, I think, of the screen. And I know it was either northwest or northeast. And he cuts off Vegeta's tail. So Vegeta just sort of stands there while, yeah. Okay, so after going to the hospital, apparently they didn't do a very good job because your HP's still down. I guess you can collect up to 6 herbs. I don't know why, I always thought it was 4. Okay, well, I am going to end this episode here. That being said, I hope everybody has a good day. Hello again, everybody, and welcome back to Legacy of Goku 1 Part 2. Now then, you can talk to that guy in the center, and, well, you can get this side quest from him, but I'm just gonna go ahead and do it. Anyway, you can actually take these trees out of the ground, and, well, these are actually Frieza's men. They have approximately the same amount of health as Nappa did. Well, more or less, I think less so. But same strategy for most of this game. Stun and hit. Well, apparently less HP than I thought. Anyway, yeah, you can go around collecting these saplings. There's actually 3 of them. Let's see here. One's up in the mountain right about here. Yeah, you can't actually walk through these trees, so make sure you grab them before you get into any fights. Yeah, I think you should be able to kill them in about 7 or 8 hits if you're level 15, which, well, I'm level 11 right at the moment. Anyway, grab all the trees. Then go back to that planting area. Yeah, again, make sure you actually hit the enemy. And never fight them under the scenery, because seriously, that's just a really good way of getting yourself killed fast. Okay, level 12. Anyway, plant these saplings, you'll get 7,000 experience. By the way, the Freeze's men actually give you 10,000 experience each. So not bad. And you can go up. Now before you go into the temple, A, watch out for these rock crystal-like crystals because you can't actually walk through them. And B, go up the hill because you'll be finding well, actually 2 things you'll be needing. The first one's this artifact, the second one is another artifact to the far right. Make sure you get these before actually going into the temple. A dinosaur should be sitting on one of them. If you can, fight them one at a time. And never get caught in between narrow corridors, because that's just a really good way of them using a blast and having a constant hit on you. Alright, so fly up here, take out anything you want. Alright, level 13, and make sure to grab the blue artifact, use a Senzu bean, destroy this one, try grabbing another Senzu bean, and you should be able to fly down to the last cliff no problem. Which is actually a much faster way, but yeah, you probably haven't cleared any enemies at this point here. Don't really worry about your health too much. I mean, seriously, you're going to be getting plenty of healing items in this temple, or can get them. Again, if you can, stun the enemy. And go into the temple. Alright, now before I bring up that shortcut, make sure you go over to the far right in this area, stun any enemies you find, and, well, go through the wall. You'll know which walls you can go through because, well, there's going to be fingers pointed at them. Anyway, you'll have to figure out where to place the free artifacts. Go back to the beginning, go to the left side, and go through the wall. Take the orange one. If you need more healing items, you can follow this finger for some herbs and such. Which all I really need is a senzu bean. And well, I should have max items now. And go back to where I just thought I might as well bring that one up since it's probably the most useful one in this area. Anyway, if I remember correctly, you have to take the yellow one. And then go to the very end of this hallway. Just ignore the passageways and corridors. Pick up any flight things you can. Go into this white one. You should enter a big room. Stun any enemies and go through them. Take this white one and then place all the artifacts you found in this area. And I think you get a speed increase bonus for this. Alright, so you go to the left. I can't remember if it's his left or... Well, apparently it's this left. If you want additional training, go to the far left teleporter. Which, well, I really don't think I need it, so... That being said... Let's continue on. Alright. So then you actually have to deal with the Ginyu Force, or Ginyu Squad, apparently. Ginyu will refuse to actually fight you, but I would highly suggest killing these Frieza's minions before actually talking to the Ginyu Force, because they have a horrible tendency of getting in the way. I mean, they really don't take that long to kill, but... You get too close to them when you're running around, they can get pretty annoying. Not to mention I need to level up a few, of course, but... I'm pretty sure that if you use solar flare before you talk to the guys, it won't actually be able to get the first hit on you. Then again, I could be wrong about that. Apparently I'm right. Anyway, talk to Raycoon. You can also deal with all three of them at a time. I really wouldn't advise it though, because, well, yeah, you slip up, they can do plenty of damage fast. I know, Goku takes out Raccoon in one hit in the anime, but I'm gonna well, that's what I'm gonna call it, but I'm gonna guarantee it's gonna take more than one hit in this game. Raccoon's actually, I think, is the weakest of them. Most things you beat will give you about 50,000, I think, at this point. Yeah, unlike Vegeta, these guys will actually stop. Whereas Vegeta, and I think Frieza does as well, actually keeps moving. Well, at least I think the latest form of Frieza keeps moving anyway. Anyway, it should go down eventually. Yeah, there's plenty of healing herbs here. Well, medical herbs. So health shouldn't really be much of an issue. Alright, 40,000. Alright, make sure you're healed up. Or, well, pretty well here, healed up. Deal with that soldier over here. Grab whatever flight energy you can and deal with whichever one happens to be closest. Yeah, I probably should use the solar flare attack first. Anyway, I think the red one isn't really that strong. Yeah, it's a good thing that none of these guys actually have solar flare, otherwise, oh boy, this game would be very difficult. Also, if you think your solar flare is about to wear off, never walk through the enemy. Because those things will hit you pretty often. Remember to use your flying power for emergencies. Unless, of course, you're near a flight orb. As I said, you'll find plenty of herbs here. It's amazing how much HP they have and how much damage you can take in one hit, and you're supposed to be stronger than that. There they go. I should also mention, if you beat, I think it was Janice and Birder at the same time, you'll actually get some sort of weird graphical error when they're talking to you. Again, make sure you use the solar flare before you talk to them. I forget what the level cap of this game is. I'm pretty sure it's either 30 or 25. I think it's one of those two. Would you need a bit of help here? Yeah, also remember that if an enemy hits you when you're trying to fly, it'll actually cancel out your flying ability, so be extra careful when you're trying to fly at close range. Okay, there we go. There's level 16. And his new pose. Yep, that sounds about like Ginyu. Anyway, make sure you refill your medical things. Which, well, really shouldn't be that hard. I mean, there's plenty of verbs here. And looks like I forgot at least one of freezes, guys. As you can see, after 15, those guys are pretty easy. And then after you refill on the medical herbs, go and face Ginyu. I don't think you actually have to talk to him. Nope. Anyway, just make sure you don't get caught on any of the scenery, and this fight's gonna be too difficult. Or make him stand still like that and just sort of bombard him. As you can imagine, Ginyu's got more health than his partners. It'd be a lot better if Goku could use his Kaioken ability. Now that would have been more interesting than getting the Kamehameha from King Kai on this game. In fact, I can't think of any Dragon Ball Z game for the Game Boy Advance that you actually won the Kaioken ability. Which is pretty unfortunate. Well, actually there is that one, but I may get to that one at a later time. Because, well, it's a Visual Boy. I don't know why I call it that. Maybe it's just because the emulator I'm playing with is called the Visual Boy Advance. The Game Boy Advance actually has a fighting game for Dragon Ball Z, which is called, I think it was Dragon Ball Z Super Sonic Warriors. I think that might actually be the only game for the Game Boy Advance that actually uses Kaioken. Again, make sure you don't get stuck on the scenery, which is very, very easy to do. I'm sorry if I'm actually expressing that a bit too much, but it's true. Okay, so after you beat him, you get 90,000. Apparently, that wasn't much of a challenge. So you gotta go fight Frieza. Again, same rules as when you return from the hospital, you'll actually have as much HP as you did afterwards. Anyway, there should be some herbs here. Anyway, make sure you're ready to fly a lot, because there's a lot of flying parts in this area. And obviously a lot of cramped areas here. Anyway, if you're a higher level, you should probably be able to just skip to 2 lands at a time. So you gotta go to the east. I don't think there's anything else you can really do here. Except for maybe train quite a bit. Yeah, make sure you have enough to fly, Ted, and go into this hole at the top of the ship. It's unfortunate, but you can't actually get, say, in battle armor. Which would have been pretty interesting to see how much defense it'd give you, but unfortunately they don't actually implement that. Anyway, go to the far right. And I know I should be a higher level for Frieza, but yeah, you know what, I may as well. As soon as you're ready, go into this not hyperbolic time chamber. That's here, that's the second one I'm thinking of. The healing station, I guess, and King Kai will talk to you again. And you'll have to deal with all 4 forms of Frieza. Again, make sure you use the Solar Flare ability before you actually talk to him. I'm pretty sure it's only the last form of Frieza that actually moves around. When you're out of range. Just use whatever items are appropriate for your injuries. I mean, I'm probably just gonna wait until I get down quite a bit, maybe to about 4th health, and then use some Sensu beams. Yeah, you can usually tell when the stun's about to wear off because they usually blink the instant before it wears off. Yeah, usually if you can use your Solar Flare the instant before they actually charge up for a ranged attack, that's probably the best time to do it. Because it negates their attack and, well, stuns them. Yeah, as you can probably already see, you're actually slightly faster than Frieza. I've always wondered how much HP does Frieza have, because I have something like, let's see here, 6,000. And let's see here, it hit me for 1 hit, so it did approximately 3,100 damage, because I'm pretty sure the max for this level is 10,000, so really, that's gotta be a lot of HP I'm taking off. And this is just the first form. It gets worse. Of course, after you beat him, I think you get 100,000 times whatever form he's in. And then you gotta deal with the next form. And then the next one. I think it's 100,000 anyway. The stun will still actually work on him when he's changing form. Yeah, pretty much all its forms have the exact same abilities, they just sort of have more health. The higher form you get, they generally have more health. Of course, with all the upgrades you get afterwards, that really shouldn't matter too much. It should be close enough for him to follow me, but apparently not. As you can see, they got a pretty short span of when they'll follow you. Anyway, the third form should be coming up pretty soon. Sorry if this takes a while, but as I said, being a higher level makes this go much quicker. Well, a bit quicker. Maybe like 5 minutes quicker. Alright, level 22. Right, the exact same thing all over again. Matter of fact, I don't even think he gets any speed boost for each form he goes in. Okay, so after a while longer, yeah, they also turn to you whenever you actually hit them in a certain direction. Which, while using the blinking strategy, it's probably going to be best to fight them from the side. due to the fact you can't really see it with Goku's head blocking the way in the south side and the enemy's head blocking the area in the north side. Okay, final form. Okay, so Frieza kills Krillin. Goku screams and he becomes a Super Saiyan. And you get a speed boost. And come to think of it, I don't think Frieza does. Or I might be wrong about that. Anyway, same strategy. All the medical orbs you haven't already picked up are still there. Yeah, Frieza also moves a lot more when he's out of range. Just make sure you do not attack him under the lava pool. You can cross the lava, it's just that you can't see yourself under it. That being said, I really wouldn't recommend going under the lava. Come to think of it, I can't actually... Let's see here, I guess Frieza did kill Vegeta on this game. It's just that I sort of skipped the text because I think you can talk to Krillin and go on before the fight with Frieza. Anyway, after a good long while, I mean, being Super Saiyan, this shouldn't really take too long. Anyway, eventually, once you've hit him hard enough and a lot, there we go. Anyway, you beat Frieza. And a cutscene plays with Namek blowing up. And Goku being there. And the world blows up. That sounds about right. And then the epilogue plays, and then the credits roll, and, well, after the credits, I'm going to end this episode. I hope everybody enjoyed it, and, well, it only took 2 episodes to do. Yeah, all the fights may be pretty difficult if you don't know when exactly the stun wears off, but other than that, this game's not very difficult. I mean, there were some weird things in there, like, I'm pretty sure the Kamehameha wave's taught by Master Roshi, not King Kai. Anyway, I am going to end this episode here. That being said, I hope everybody enjoyed it. So, everybody have a good day. 30 of these targets. Speaking of which, I'm pretty sure you can miss a few of them. There should be more than 30. But, the game just has a bad tendency of glitching out directly afterwards. And the game just sort of freezes you in a pixelated version of a in a frozen screen.
Sorry to break the immersion, everyone. That wasn't supposed to start that far in. We were supposed to start at the beginning of the game. I'm glad I was here to catch that.
Hello everybody and welcome.
Anyway, I thought I'd just say this while I'm in here. This is all videos that my brother took. He's the one doing the Let's Plays, and no one's actually here live. I'm watching the chat and trying to reply to people. But yeah, so I thought I'd just show this off, and people seem to be enjoying it. So leave a like and subscribe for more, and I'm going to keep monitoring it and make sure we don't have mess-ups like this. Have a great day.
To Robocop, the future of law enforcement. Anyway, I'll just let this intro play. Essentially, it goes through basic statistics, basic functions, and the directives. Either way, there are a few interesting mechanics in this game. First thing I should mention is no, there's no platforming, which is always a nice touch. Second thing is, well, the defense mechanism. You can actually hold select, and that essentially makes you immune to damage for a short period of time. Most damage, anyway. And then, of course, there's the firearms. Speaking of which, there are firearms in this game, so your discretion advised. Though, let's get started. Honestly, this first level, you can essentially just run through everything because there's so many power-ups that these things really don't deal enough damage to really worry about. And as long as you can get there quickly, all you really gotta do is deal with pretty much just one guy. that other guy I took out. Smudgely because I almost had no health left. Either way, you really don't need to deal with that many in that one. Anyway, same thing here. You can pretty much just let them all hit you and it won't matter because there's so many power-ups. You can ignore the vast majority of this part. With the only real exception potentially being the shield guy that appears here. There's nothing else on screen, but outside of that, that's about it. Anyway, you can just move on to the right. After entering this door, collect a machine gun. I'd highly recommend having at least 2 of these by the time the 3rd level gets here. Thankfully, we should be able to get fairly easily. Really not a whole lot to talk about here. There's the blue guy, and that's really the only threat I'd highly recommend taking out to whoever is trying to attack you from behind, though. Mostly because if you get hit, you're sort of paralyzed for a moment. Anyway, make sure you know which one your fist is. Go to the right and just punch through the wall. Anyway, go over here and just hold the defend attack button, which is your select. You're pretty much immune from damage whenever you're using it. And just punch this guy. Please note if you accidentally hit this hostage, your health decreases rapidly. Anyway, this is just a shooting gallery, and not really a whole lot to note here. Outside of, I really wouldn't recommend getting all 30 because you get another life, which does sound nice, but honestly, I've had quite a few problems with this game, and whenever I happen to get all 30 of these targets, speaking of which, I'm pretty sure you can miss a few of them, seeing there should be more than 30, but the game just has a bad tendency of glitching out directly afterwards. And the game just sort of freezes you in a pixelated version of in a frozen screen with respawning enemies. Anyway, you're going to actually have to pay more attention here because of the way this one's set up. Enemies that disappear once you get to an elevator. Speaking of which, I think this is the only one where you actually have to use a manual control for an elevator. Anyway, I really don't know how to explain the stairs, but essentially you need the back part of your hitbox on the first step when you're going down, and the front half on the first step when you're going up. I really don't know how much more I can explain outside of that. Anyway, after beating this guy, it should have pretty much full health. Then go up. And you gotta make your way around. Speaking of which, the instant you take a few steps to the right, they start appearing. Anyway, just go down, go up, and you can get a increase for time. Please note that your health actually increases at the end of each level based on how much time you have left. Anyway, make sure you know what is your punch button, so you can just walk down, punch this guy, walk into this door, switch over to the Cobra gun, take a few steps forward, fire to the upper right. Make sure you avoid the right part of the screen until that guy disappears, because you get rid of two of them, and hopefully you do not accidentally get caught sandwiched in between these ones, or have one touching you. Either way, switch to the machine gun, and as long as they're on both on one side of you, that shouldn't be too difficult, seeing as they're thankfully right next to each other, and pretty much in a stun lock as long as you have them in the machine gun hit. These things drop items some of the time. Notice I say some of the time, sometimes they don't, so it's all about luck. I can't remember whether I've ever seen them drop time power-up. I don't think I have. Anyway, watch out for this gray SWAT thing here, because it's a turret. Thankfully, not all of them are like that. Anyway, just turn behind you and just bend down and shoot. Anyway, make sure you're holding up before you aim for this thing, otherwise you'll move forward. As long as you're holding up already before you hit one of the side directions, you should be able to stand still while doing that. Anyway, watch out for the sniper over here. Anyway, back up, just use your gun, and I'm pretty sure this is one of those things that you can't be immune to, because some of the time it just damages you regardless. Anyway, watch out for the machine gun. And go off to the right. Anyway, try to be as close to this thing as possible so you can actually just make it do that. Anyway, stay away from it once it gets to the back of the area. This machine gun is much more dangerous, seeing as you gotta keep making sure you're holding your select button and hitting it consistently, seeing as it only has effect for a few frames and then you have to reset it. Anyway, again, the game glitches if I get 30, so I'm not too concerned about getting it. Speaking of which, you actually have infinite ammo, so you can just keep hitting your attack button. Okay, he talks to Clarence. He gives him a Cobra gun. Walk forward and start using your defend ability a bunch, because things hit you much harder for this area for some reason. Also, make sure you use your punching on these people who go to melee you instead of your firearms, seeing as unfortunately they have more health now. Anyway, grab health, go up. Watch out for this guy with the knife. Anyway, go down. Go to the left, get this power up, and you can get another Cobra gun from this guy. And that's free shots. Anyway, enter the next area. Make sure you grab this power up right at the start of here. And keep going to the right. Watch out for these iron girders. Assuming you can actually get him in the area he wants to stay in on the ground level, you can actually just use your machine gun on him. Of course, it's hard to tell when he wants to stay there and when he doesn't, so you might be better just using your pistol as he's running around. Yeah, I'm just gonna use the pistol. There we go. It isn't really that bad. It's really just the iron girders falling on your head that you gotta worry about. Okay, and this is the final level. Make sure you know which one is your punching attack. And I'd highly recommend making sure you actually keep this guy that you first meet alive, because it makes the first part of this area much easier actually, because other enemies won't actually spawn in as long as he's on screen. Anyway, you have to rush this area very quickly, because
because your time just elapses extremely quickly. I know I can beat this game with the time slot. Unfortunately, you'll have to move extremely quickly to actually compensate for the lack of time you have. Hopefully these things drop health. Oh yes, this stupid thing, it actually fires these, there we go. I can do it with pretty much no health at all. It's really just the time I'm concerned about. Anyway, hopefully you got a few shots for your Cobra gun left. Just make sure you back away so the machine gun doesn't hit you. There's a slight chance that it'll use the machine gun when it's going forward, but it doesn't happen very often. There we go. Oh, just barely. Literally one bar left. Okay, and that was Robocop. Anyway, it goes through the credits. I will say it's a decent side-scrolling game. Not really much to complain about. I mean, there's really not a whole lot to complain about because it really isn't that terribly long. Honestly, I expected it to be at least 30 minutes because I kind of expected the first boss, the last area to be a problem because of the time limit. But I managed to get through it with only one bar remaining. Either way, yeah, you had your defensive ability, you had your free firearms you could choose from, and yeah, no platforming, and still an overall decent game. Either way, I better end this episode because for some odd reason I believe I hear bells tolling in the distance. Bye! Hello everybody and welcome to my recording of Deadly Towers. I did have it done, but for whatever reason the memory sticks I have don't want to take the thing, so I'm going to just make a recording of the recording I did, and hopefully it'll be small enough to actually get onto the memory stick. That being said, I'll just keep quiet and let this thing play, so I apologize in advance if this sound seems off, but there's right now all I can do. Hello everybody and welcome to Deadly Towers. I'll just let this overly long wall of text scroll up. Either way, essentially you're playing as Prince Meyer, who goes to a lake while awaiting a coming of age ceremony, looks at his reflection, which turns into an image which tells him of a great evil coming across the land. And to stop it, he has to go up 7 towers, burn them down. More specifically, you gotta go up 7 towers, collect 7 bells, burn said bells in a fire that is conveniently placed right at the base of said towers, and then deal with the main boss named Rubus. Give the makers of this game credit. At least they are kind enough to give you a rather articulate storyline rather than just showing you some pictures about what you're supposed to do. You know, like Hydlide and blowing a princess into 3 fairies. Either way, some people call Deadly Towers a bad game. Honestly, I'm under the impression that it's more challenging than it's bad. Make no mistake, there are quite a few bad mechanics, but it's actually pretty decent and challenging, as I said. Either way, the king says, yeah, you do that, and sends him on his way. That being said, we better start. Anyway, you get password check. Just put in whatever password you happen to have at the moment. Please note all passwords start you at the beginning and brings back whatever maximum HP you have, whatever's in your bell slot, whatever's in your attack slot, whatever's in your defense slot, and anything in this inventory screen that I just scrolled through does not respond, so you will be needing to recollect things if you do die. Anything you have equipped on you will stay though. Anyway, first thing you'll want to do is get some equipment, which thankfully these bounder towers are here and they're fairly easy to deal with. You have to attack them a few times, and this is when I can speak about the mechanics. The attack is really annoying, seeing as you gotta wait until your sword disappears from screen before you use another one. I will say it's nice to have some sort of ranged attack, but this one you actually have to wait until the sword either hits something or leaves the screen before you can use it again, which is a real nuisance, seeing as there's a lot of enemies that take a lot of hits, and if you miss your first shot, well, you're sort of stuck and you can't really do anything until the thing leaves the screen. Speaking of which, you really don't have much in the way of invincibility frames, so your health can drop real quick, which is very unfortunate, especially in these dungeons, seeing as in a lot of these areas you'll get hit immediately upon entering a room. You can avoid this somewhat because of the way the movement mechanic in these dungeons work. You see, this door to the left, the lower you enter it, the lower you'll appear on the other side of it, but the higher you enter it, the higher you appear on the other side of it. So you can avoid some of the enemies that way. Also, you can actually move to the further left to appear to the further left, and the further right to move to the further right on the areas downward. Please note that the upward areas are actually more narrow than the downward areas, though. So you may not be able to re-enter immediately upon entering the next room if you're going downwards, if you're positioned to the side. So be very careful about that because your health drops real quick. It doesn't really help much that a lot of this game actually has some rooms that immediately have enemies that hit you and pin you into the wall, so which knocks you downward, so you're pointed upward. So if you do miss your attack, you gotta wait until your sword flies across the screen before you can actually attack again. And in the meantime, your health is just dropping rapidly because of the way the game is, which is very unfortunate. Okay, we need 3 more. Okay, that should do it. And we can move downward. Anyway, a lot of these enemies are actually too fast for you to really deal with. And again, you can actually spawn in directly on top of an enemy or in an area where an enemy is moving directly to. Unfortunately, there's no way to know which way they're moving until you get on screen, so yeah, they can run into you pretty easily. Anyway, after grabbing 3 red potions, hopefully you can make your way out. Keep to the lower part of this one, and then assuming you can actually avoid these enemies as well as their projectiles, you shouldn't have any problem getting over to the left. Another thing, you actually got to individually hit the attack button for each individual sword, which is a nuisance. Please note I am not using turbo. Speaking of which, if you are planning on using turbo, make sure you never use the use button on the turbo button on the menu screen, otherwise it'll just blast through your items. So be very careful about that. Anyway, we have 8 water, and we need 100 for the item I want to get from here. After dealing with a few more bounder towers, which thankfully there are quite a few scattered across the miscellaneous dungeons. Speaking of which, these dungeons are huge. They span approximately 240 rooms each. I say approximately 240 rooms because there are some blank spots if you bother looking at a map, but to put this in perspective, that's just for one dungeon. There's 10 of these monstrosities and in the game, and these ones are just placeholders for shops and such. Now, compared to Legend of Zelda's Overworld map, which is 128 screens, I'm not going to argue the point that almost double that for just one of these dungeons is excessive. Also, there's only one way out for these dungeons as well, so unless you're aware where you're moving, you can get lost pretty easily. Anyway, seeing as you can only fire one sword at a time, you're going to be forced to you're going to want to actually be able to move closer to the enemy, preferably while hitting them in a stun lock before actually attacking them, because if you're too far away, and there are enemies that move, they may move in a position you can't stun lock them, and you may potentially miss, and you'll need to wait until the sword flies off the screen. Thankfully, the gloves do make your sword move a bit faster. Nowhere near as fast as the gauntlets do, but these are the best we can get right offhand. Let's see here, I'm sort of out of topics. I already said that there's virtually no invincibility frame, so most things that deal a ton of damage and pin you into the wall and point you upwards most of the time. Speaking of which, you get knocked back whichever way you're at, whichever way is the opposite of where you're moving. Oh yeah, that's also correct. You can actually get knocked back into a room you were moving from by an enemy's attack. So you can actually get knocked back, say, by this snake if I was moving to the left, and potentially get knocked back far enough to actually get hit by this enemy. Which essentially means that yeah, they can stack, because especially when you're moving downwards, the range is a bit short, so if they keep just knocking you down, you can actually get a chain hit by a bunch of things. That's always a nice spot. All I need is one more. Okay, there we go. Speaking of which, I'm not entirely sure why, but sometimes your money will reset from time to time to 0. I have no idea what triggers this. Either way, after filling up on potions, just move upwards, move downwards, point to the left, and hopefully you can not get chain hit, like I said, was possible while going over here. Okay, let's move up to here, and as low as possible. Speaking of which, humanoids actually have 2 hitboxes, one on their body, one on their head. You can only stun them if you hit them on their body, though, so don't bother aiming from above if possible. Anyway, if you are getting low on health, make sure you use a potion every now and then. May take a few tries. Anyway, if you are lower than 100, just go back to this bounder tower and collect hearts before you continue. Sometimes they want to drop a lot of hearts, sometimes not. It may take a while. I'm not exaggerating when I say wait until 100 because your health just drops way too fast. There we go. Anyway, if you need help and can get past the bat room, the slower way is to go by and keep going back and forth between this crawling thing and this fire. Anyway, hopefully you don't have much of a problem dealing with these fires. And if necessary, just get help from these piles of swine. Scorpions shouldn't be too big of an issue along with snakes, so long as one of them doesn't crawl up on you as you're trying to deal with another one. Anyway, left another fire. Speaking of which, when you're moving up and down to collect things, make sure you stay as center as possible. Okay, you can actually collect a heart circle here, which actually increases your maximum health. Grab you another one, go up and deal with the dragon. Thankfully, if you stun lock it, it's not really that bad. Keep away from the upper left-hand part of this area. It's another dungeon. Anyway, wait until this dots appears and goes across the screen. There we go. Outside of the dots and these dancing flames, this area isn't really that bad. As long as there's not bad that decides to be on the bottom of the screen. Also keep away from these areas that look like it has leaves. Because they make you fall down and you lose all your health as well as your items. So essentially it's a death. So be very careful about that. Anyway, just try to avoid the dragon especially. Sometimes it actually spawns in directly on top of you, so there's right now a lot you can do about that unless you beat it. As long as you don't actually get stuck or get hit, because if you get hit here, it's possible you get knocked down and you fall into a cliff. That's a real nice start, isn't it? Anyway, just watch out for this enemy in the cage. Also, make sure you don't go downwards, otherwise you're falling into a trap with two enemies directly sandwiching you. Anyway, as long as you have some water, you can actually just use a potion, buy a potion, then point upwards, and hopefully you can actually deal with this mini boss before too long. Okay, for this one, make sure you deal with the dragon before you actually continue. Please note that the dragon can spawn in directly on top of you, and it can actually spawn in directly off screen and zoom through the area. I'm not gonna argue the point that the dragon's probably one of the cheapest things there is in this game. Anyway, Anyway, make sure you keep away from this upper right-hand corner right there, because that's yet another dungeon that we will get into eventually, but that'll be much later in the game. Anyway, head off to the left. And as much as I would like to go up there to get the gauntlets, we need to get armor first. Which honestly isn't really too difficult as long as this humanoid doesn't go downward and you start immediately throwing projectiles to the right. Some people like complaining about Deadly Towers music, but I think that's more or less because they generally get stuck in one of the miscellaneous dungeons. It actually has quite a bit of variety to it. It's just most people don't actually get to the towers and actually get stuck in the dungeons. Anyway, just avoid these enemies and take out whatever's in your way, especially the humanoids, because they can throw projectiles at you. Anyway, watch out for these bouncing blue balls because your health just diminishes rapidly if you get hit by them. Anyway, if you see a ghost, which, yeah, the recording may not be able to catch all their movements, but they're there. If I run to a corner, that's because there's a ghost there. Anyway, make sure you deal with these things before continuing, because I think there's another ghost here. Yep. Now, this one shouldn't be too much of a problem as long as the humanoid doesn't decide to just get caught in the corner and begin blasting all down. Although you can get stuck in the areas with the ladders in them, that's a real nice thing. If I remember right, it's this area to the left. There we go. Just run to the corner because thankfully these ghosts can't actually attack you in the corner. Probably the only thing worse than getting caught in an area where there's a humanoid aiming downwards when you're dealing with a ghost is if a ghost and a bat are on the same area. Anyway, just move the camera down enough so you can activate the ghost. I know it's there somewhere. I don't think I got it. Either way, yeah, getting caught in the middle of the screen with a ghost is a real nuisance. Because if it catches you before you can get to a corner, your health just drains fast. Also, if you're going a certain way, hopefully the ghosts only go whichever way you're not moving, so you don't have to worry about them coming on top of you when you're dealing with the enemy. Because if you move downwards and the ghost is just off the camera, it's just immediately going to start launching at you. There's right now a whole lot you can do about that. The white ghost you might be able to outrun, but not the blue ones. Also, if you get a enemy's head off screen, you can potentially deal with it that way. Please note that in the cases of humanoids, you might just destroy one hitbox, so it might be a headless body or a body with head. If you deal with them in a certain way. thankfully they won't be able to use projectiles like this anyway. Okay, I got the hyper armor, so the next thing up on the list is the hyper helmet. Okay. Yeah, you may get hit on your way out by one of these sets of dots. Thankfully, it shouldn't do that much damage with the hyper armor. Anyway, just head off over to the left. And hopefully you can deal with these bats fairly easily. Best way to deal with them is get into an area where you can just point the direction which will make your sword disappear the fastest, and hopefully they'll run into them. As you can see, they can still wreck your HP pretty hard, even with the best body armor in the game. Watch out for these things going up and down, though. You do not want to get caught in the corner with a bat, so seriously, if there's a bat and a ghost, just deal with it. Just try to keep it as low as possible, and hopefully the bat doesn't duck down too much as you deal with the ghost. What's here? Was it the third floor? Yes, it was. Okay, just head over to the left and deal with whatever ghost again, closest to whichever direction, and will make your sword disappear fastest. It's the best way to do that. Anyway, as your camera moves upward, the enemy will start rushing you. Hopefully it doesn't come directly for you, because let me tell you, that's really horrible when it does that. Also, when it decides to go off screen, hopefully for this particular one it goes downward, so you don't have the chance of making it appear after you move the camera down. The white ones aren't that bad, it's the blue ones that are. With the gloves, your sword will move slightly faster, so it'll be more tolerable. Okay, there we go. Anyway, as much as I would love to deal with Centipede right now, let me tell you that would be a horrible mistake, because unless you know exactly how to move, it's just going to zigzag all over the place, and if you can't kill it quick enough, it'll just sort of swarm you, and there's really not a whole lot you can do about that. Anyway, just stand at the altitude the bats are and make your way down. Try the only problem is if they swoop in a V form and manage to make it onto the ladder where you are. Yep, and Ghost. Another thing I should mention is that you can actually run back into the parallel zone, so be very careful out where exactly you move to when you're dealing with certain enemies. Another annoying thing is that you can't actually attack up or down while going on a ladder unless you get hit first. There we go. Anyway, after that, pretty sure this bat actually changes color for some reason. I don't even know why I'm bothering gathering water anymore. It's not really necessary. The better thing is it seems to reset to 0 whenever I get done with things anyway. I always thought it'd be the bats that steal your money. Me, it's Ghost. Because there's some areas in this game where you can't really avoid Ghost, especially when it comes to was that the Gauntlets? I'd like to say it was either the Gauntlets or the Dragon Slayer. Either way, and they're moving downward. Go to the left and we can actually get the magic mace, as well as deal with our first boss. Anyway, that's 180 HP, not bad. Also, if you see a ghost like that, just make sure you kill it as soon as you see it. Because seriously, this thing just sort of flies at a random pattern all over the place, and if it gets on you, your health is just going to go down. I should also mention that it's possible to get through to get the shield without this next item. It just makes it a lot easier. Also, if you need help, you can just keep going back and forth and deal with these 2 puddles of slime that keep respawning. Anyway, dealing with these diagonally shouldn't take too long. It really doesn't help that their projectiles just move too fast to really avoid them. Anyway, we need to go off to the right in this area with the blue balls. Yep, and a ghost. Make sure you're pointed to the right. Really, the slimes aren't the problem, it's that volcano-looking thing. encountering with another humanoid, you can enter Wheeler's room and make your way over to a corner and just point your way towards the enemy's general direction and just keep attacking. It's very rare you actually have to do any dodging, but sometimes some of the pellets will get into the corner and you'll be forced to need to dodge. If your health gets below 60 though, make sure you heal, because your health just diminishes real quick. Assuming this humanoid doesn't immediately fire to the left, you should be fine. Anyway, you don't even need to use any potions as long as you can make it out of here alive. Seeing as you can... actually make your way over to the fire, and as long as you have a bell like the one I just got, I did get one, yep. You should be fine. Anyway, whatever you do, make sure you don't accidentally use the magic mace. Anyway, you can regenerate health here if necessary. Just watch out for the ghost. Oh dear, that was close. Yeah, I'll just deal with this thing. The bulls can actually deal a ton of damage, so if you don't feel comfortable with the amount of health you have, just get rid of them. Anyway, we can actually go over and burn this bell if we need health. And it restores you to full. That's a really nice mechanic, isn't it? Besides, you actually have to go around, because if you go down that ladder to the right to get here, there's actually a dungeon in that clearing. Be very careful about that. Anyway, enter the secret room. Use the magic mace and just hopefully everything runs into you. Actually, that one was not that bad this time around. Please note, while using the magic mace, you're unable to use your sword. Also, it actually fires out a sword after you use it. Either way, after getting that, you can actually get the double shot and Dragon Slayer. Anyway, if I remember correctly, the double shot is in the exterior of this room. And one of these areas to the right. Probably that area right up there. Good thing I had the gloves, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to deal that much damage to that one. Anyway, deal with the bat. Also, another word of something I should note is that items do actually respawn after you die when it comes to secret rooms, so you may actually want to keep that area just cleared open so you can get the magic mace to collect some of the other items if you don't feel comfortable with just blasting them with swords. Of course, that would mean you gotta go through the entirety of the town area, castle area again, but it's something to keep in mind. Anyway, get the double shot, make sure you use it, and after your first shot you'll be able to use 2 shots, which is a very nice upgrade. Please note there's also one called the parallel shot. It essentially makes you attack with 2 swords at once. The problem with the double shot, or the parallel shot, is if you miss with one sword, you'll have to wait until that one disappears before you can fire again. So the double shot's just overall more reliable. Although I will say for wider enemies like bosses, the parallel shot is arguably better. Make sure you don't accidentally get knocked back into an area where you just already cleared. Oh dear. I would have thought the balls did more damage than that at this point. Then again, I do have the best items, but... Anyway, just beat the ghost, move upward. Keep moving upward, and then yep, secret room. There we go. Grab the Dragon Slayer, equipped it, use a potion for good measure, and we can actually deal with this boss now. Still don't have the best piece of equipment in the game though, which is the gauntlets. Why do I call them the best? Well, you'll find out once I get them. Anyway, just make your way over to the corner point. And another thing I should mention is that you actually do get better items as the game progresses once you get more bells from the stores. But really, if you know where the best equipment is, I would highly recommend just gathering them because they're just overall better in the first place. And some of them, to be fair, aren't really that difficult to get, like the armor, the helmet, and the magic mace. Speaking of which, there's also a pair of boots you can get which actually make you move faster, especially when you move diagonally. Pretty sure that I remember seeing them in a secret room in one of these exterior castle areas, but honestly I'm not entirely sure where, and it's not really that important. Anyway, after moving through an area, again, if you need to heal, just heal. I think I'm doing pretty good for timing of this recording. Anyway, let's go get the shield area cleared, and this is the third level. Okay, make your way up, and I should warn you as you get more bells, enemies will get harder and more frantic. So the things like fires are actually going to start moving faster some of the time. Although there's a ghost in this area, I think. Anyway, grab another. Heart container, heart circle, whichever you want to call it. Go up. And I should warn you that there is a secret room off to the right that has a figurine in one of these floors. I think it was this one. I say that because I remember running into it consistently when trying to beat this game because of the ghost that forces you over there. Alright, big plan. There we go. Let's grab another bell. This is the third one. And go out. I guess it was the top four with the figurine. I can't wait to get the gauntlets. That'll make things so much nicer. Yeah, boy. Yet another ghost. I think there's also a few bats that we have to worry about. Make sure the big ghost doesn't get on you, though. Again, make sure you avoid the raid. There's a dungeon there. Although make sure you constantly attack in front of yourself because there's a lot of dragons in this area right now. Yeah, as you get more herb bells, things in the towers area and the castle in general get more hectic, for lack of a better term. Anyway, after using a bell to restore your health, just make your way up to this next area. Pretty sure it was Death Bear's area where there's another big ghost, isn't it? I think so. So, yeah, this one shouldn't be it. Okay, well, after going up this one, let's go up. I should also mention in this tower, I think it was, you can get cup that refills your money to full. Not really important if you're going to just use the use the bounder towers to get better equipment anyway. And if you're going to go into a dungeon, you may as well know where a bounder tower is to get money from that anyway. Alright, corner. Point and attack. That'll be another bell. And head down. I wish I would have known I was actually going to hit that one. Okay. Okay, after making your way out, dealing with a few bats, because really they're the only nuisance in this area. Speaking of which, you have 0 or 001. And I'm assuming it's the ghost because I don't think the bats are stealing it. I will say it's annoying. It's either that or the thing resets for some reason. Okay, after dealing with Cold Killer, you can actually restore your health. And free more. Again, make sure you're attacking in front of yourself constantly because of the dragons that may appear in that area. Anyway, I grab another heart circle and continue on up. This is the area you can actually get the gauntlets. Death Bear's probably one of the worst bosses because it sort of tracks you. And just sort of follows your movements. Thankfully with the gauntlets though, that shouldn't be too much of a problem. Speaking of which, I think it's this one right here. No, it's just one more up. Right here there's a bat where there's the gauntlets, so this one, yep, there we go. As you can see, there's a lot of enemies here. And some of them ran off, and you get the gauntlets, which make your swords move so much faster. Oh, I am so glad we got this. Now then. Just go over to Death Bear's room, run to the left, and just start attacking, and hopefully you deal with it before it corners you. Otherwise you'll have to move back and forth accordingly. I'm doing pretty well for health. As well as having at least 7 potions. Yeah, at least. Anyway. Watch out for the big ghost here. Thankfully, with these gauntlets, these things shouldn't be too much of a problem, as long as you can stun them. Watch out for the volcanoes, because they can actually attack kind of like the bosses do in a downward arc. Really, they're only that much of a problem if you're moving up towards them. Okay, and we just need 2 more. Okay, and this one, very important, we need to get the amulet. If I can remember where to get it. No, it's to the right, this one up here. Yep, there we go. Yeah, watch out for your health, because it dropped real quick when you're dealing with all these bats. Anyway, go into another secret room located right here. There we go. Deal with one enemy guarding the thing. Grab the blue necklace, which makes you invulnerable, which is going to be very useful against Rubus. It's possible to beat him without it. It just is a lot more difficult because you gotta pause at the right time and use healing items. Speaking of which, green potions, not red ones, because green heals 200 HP. Anyway, we just have to deal with one more boss. After this, which would be the one where we got the helmet, which would be Centipede. Anyway, move and deal with Great Wing. Again, much like some of the bosses, he might have projectiles that hit you up. But really, it shouldn't be too much of a problem with the gauntlets especially. Although please know you actually can get attacked by the boss again if you go back into the room, so try not to get knocked back in. Also, whenever entering a boss room, sometimes the enemy will actually have projectiles flying towards you, which can still deal damage, so be very careful about that. Watch out for the ghost, I think, is going to appear here. Was it here or another area? I don't know, I forget. Maybe that was another area. Anyway, as you can see, there's a lot of things that come flying at you in this game, especially the bats. Although the fires can be pretty annoying, seeing as they can dance around your attacks. Anyway, to our left. Still doing pretty decent when it comes to health. Watch out for the snakes. pretty much any enemy that's a humanoid that can move in all directions is a problem. I'm happy I'm starting to get more health. Yeah, that's a bit of a nuisance. I'm trying to keep away from the corners because I don't want to get caught in a farewell zone. Anyway, as long as you're quick enough that you shouldn't need to worry too much about getting swarmed by a centipede's body. Either way, make your way down, and assuming you don't have much of a problem, getting down the tower, we can heal using Bell. Oh, I am so glad that we can go downward again. Makes it so much easier when the attack speed is faster. The top of one of the enemy's head. Anyway, and they're dealing with that. We can go over to the left. Thankfully, you can't fall off any of these ledges. Again, avoid that dungeon down there, and we can go over to the left and burn the left of the bells. 4 of them. Please note you actually get dealt damage if you burn more than what you're supposed to. Okay, and we have all 7 bells burned, and we can exit, and everything's a lot more hectic now, seeing as all the bells are burned. Either way, go over to the dungeon, And thankfully right to our right there's actually a store, as well as right below the store a bounder tower you can use to regenerate money and health. I'll get full health before continuing because all we really need is 90. Okay. And we got the amulet and 7 red potions. That's more than enough, I think. Anyway, I use the scroll, and that teleports you back to the beginning of the game, which is where we need to go. Go into this area and deal with the swarm of bats that comes along with the area, as well as some ghosts that actually appear here. Some of the bigger ghosts anyway. I think there's 2 of these things. Anyway, make sure you collect Splendor and equip it, because it is a weapon that you will need to beat the game, to beat Rubus. Kind of like how you need the cross to beat the vampire, or for Hydlide, which I don't think I mentioned, or the cross for the skeleton on Gilligan's Island, or I don't know, there's a lot more requirements for other games that I'm probably not thinking of right at the moment, but I know the cross was for the vampire on Hydlide, and the cross for Gilligan's Island was for the skeleton. Anyway, you don't really need to worry too much about healing items as long as you got blue necklace. You can just use the blue necklace and you're invincible while you're dealing with Rubus. And as long as you can keep attacking, you win. Okay, the bells fall down, indicating the end of the evil that's going to overtake the kingdom. And that was Deadly Towers. After an epilogue. Either way, that was Deadly Towers. I hope everyone enjoyed this playthrough. It's a very challenging game, I'll give it that, but if you know what you're doing and have a bit of luck, you really aren't going to have too much of a problem with it. I'm aware a lot of people say it's a bad game, but really it's not. It does have a pretty diverse selection of music compared to other games. Yes, I'm aware that it's more or less probably because I have Indiana Jones syndrome for obvious reasons, I hope, but that's beside the point. That was Deadly Towers. After a short animation. And despite what it says about something like "see you soon," to my knowledge there is no sequel to this game. Either way, that was Deadly Towers. I hope everybody enjoyed it. I will say the mechanics were a bit messy, as well as especially seeing as you can only use one sword at a time, which made combat very difficult. Because if you missed your first shot, there wasn't really a whole lot you could do while the enemies just sort of pounded on you, and there's really not too much you can do. It didn't really help much at the beginning when you don't have invincibility frames, so your health just drops like a rock. Either way, Again, it's a very challenging game, but as long as you know what you're doing, it's not too difficult. Also, yeah, you can also get some of the weaker equipment. Another thing I may not have mentioned is that whenever you clear a tower, the tower actually disappears. And by clear it, I mean collect the bell. That being said, make sure you collect whatever items you need before you clear the towers. So you'll probably want to walk all the way around if you don't know what you're doing, just so you don't miss any secret rooms you might need. Either way, the gauntlets were most certainly the best piece of equipment in the game. But either way, I hope everybody enjoyed this playthrough. I really don't know what else to say outside of until after you got the best armor, it was extremely difficult. And even if you don't actually have the blue necklace when dealing with Rubus, you're going to be needing to go to your inventory and just start using a whole bunch of green potions, which heal you for 200 HP. Which, if I didn't mention it during the game, your maximum HP can be up to 299. Either way, that was Deadly Towers. I hope everybody enjoyed it, so everybody have a good day. Hello everybody, and welcome to Hydlide, or may it's pronounced Hydlide. Either way, you hear that music, it's going to be playing throughout the majority of the playthrough, so if you want to get out now. Anyway, you see a dragon and or monster. Cast a spell and or use a breath attack on the princess, turning her into 3 fairies, and we get to start the game. Now, I apologize for the rather choppy and sloppy way I'm going to be doing this, but I have a list of at least 30 things I'd like to comment on, and I don't want to miss anything because of the recording. I've been trying to re-record this for at least a dozen times, so I apologize if I seem paranoid, but I really don't want to miss much. If I miss anything, I'm going to blame it on Indiana Jones syndrome for obvious reasons, I hope. Anyway, I already commented on the music. I'm trying to be marking things off here, but anyway, you actually lose health while you travel through certain terrains. I'm not even going to argue the point. That is a dumb mechanic, seeing as they don't even bother giving you an audio cue. On the plus side, you actually regenerate health while standing still in certain terrains. I believe it is actually dependent on what level you are. Speaking of leveling, the level system is kind of like Exile or YS2, I'd like to say it was. I can't think of any other games, but either way, it actually shows you your maximum potential and sort of limits you to a certain amount for your particular level. But I will say it did do it better than Exile, seeing as I don't think Exile had any sort of maximum marker, so we can knock that one out. Oh boy, now the menu. Well, let's start with the save function. Oh dear, this is the save state save function. That's why I like calling it, because essentially it is a save state. It saves the game right where you left it. It saves the game right where you left it, and if I could just die to, there we go, demonstrate how exactly to load. I'm not going to argue the point. This is dumb, seeing as they don't even bother giving you any sort of indication. But yeah, to actually load the game, you actually hit Game Start, go to your menu, and hit Load. Please note that if you actually save before you load, it will save over your last last load sequence. Anyway, once you load, it actually changes the location of enemies, and it actually changes the location of enemies, so you can actually just keep reloading until things are out of your way, which is one of the things I'll be tackling. Or, well, one of the things I'll be doing. Oh, boy. Let's see here. That was that one. And I already explained the save state save system. Again, I apologize for this. Oh, yes, that's right. The password system. The password system, if you do decide to turn off the game, instead of having a battery backup, it actually gives you a password. Please note that if you do not have your password, you cannot continue your game because it does not have a battery backup, so you can't just go to your menu and hit load. So you will need to get a password to continue playing where you last left off. It's a 16-character password, which may seem excessive, but if you take into consideration that it brings back whatever level you have, your current life, your current magic, all the items you have, as well as your location, that's at least 5 factors it has to consider. So, actually, I think 16 characters is pretty good for 5 factors. Either way, please note that, to my knowledge, experience is not given back if you use your password, so be careful about that. Anyway, speaking of which, if you load a game with the save state save system, it will actually retain your experience. That's another thing I didn't actually have on, because there's so many different things to comment on. Let's see here. Yeah, that is another thing. Speed. You actually have an option to actually increase your speed to double. And you can just change it back to normal, which is essentially half of what your double is. Let's see here. Oh yes, that's another thing I gotta say. Certain monsters are actually stuck on certain terrains. For instance, these slimes will only move on plains and underneath these sceneries. They may get on them like that, but they never actually get in them. That being said, certain enemies are stuck to certain scenery. Another thing I gotta comment on is the fact that it is a top view game, so there's no bad navigation controls like a certain other game I hate. Let's see, I discussed the password system. Oh yes, audio cues. Whenever you actually attack an enemy, it actually gives you an audio cue, and it gives you an audio cue when they're attacking you. So yes, I would highly recommend having your volume up, just so you can hear the audio cues for your combat. Speaking of which, it is excessive for leveling up. It'll take 100 slimes just to even get to level 2. I'm not going to argue the point. That's way too many for what it should be. And for the next thing I'm going to discuss, I'd like to do it here. I better get the cross while I'm here anyway, but let's see here. I'll wait until one of those monsters with faces get in that free walled area. But anyway, the movement mechanics of Hydlide are pretty interesting, actually. For instance, you see that person about I'd like to say four characters up that has its face downward. that enemy actually is pointed downward, and it has a face, so that's why I'm referencing it for this, because of the movement mechanics. You see, unlike most games where enemies actually move randomly, which I'm aware that there's a lot of people who like saying Hydlide's movements are random, which I can't blame them for saying because they seem random. They are actually in some sort of path. For instance, this enemy that's pointed downwards can only move right, down, and left if it's pointed downwards, unless all those avenues are blocked, in which case they'll go up. And slime moving up to the lower right, it's moving up. I'm referencing that one because it does not have a face. It's moving up, so it can only move right, up, and left. It cannot move down. Until it turns to the left, then it actually changes its front to the left, so it can move up, left, and down. Okay, that is the movement mechanics. Let's see, I already discussed that. Speaking of which, whenever an enemy is actually moving away from you, that is their back, so you can actually attack them safely. So, essentially, it is possible to hit them on the side if you time it correctly, and it'll actually be a safe spot for a short time until they turn to meet you. But generally, the best way is actually to attack them from the back, which is whatever direction they're not able to go. Okay, I discussed that, so again, I apologize if I seem to do this choppy and such, but anyway, main bosses are essentially four character spaces big. For instance, there's only two main bosses that I'm gonna call main bosses because really the vampire doesn't count because it doesn't have the same mechanic as the boss, but either way, these two main bosses are 4 times as big as the player character. They actually have an attack radius all the way around them. That being said, they don't actually have a back, so you'll actually have to be very careful, because if you run into their corner, they can kill you very quickly, and there's really no good way to actually attack them because there's no back. Speaking of which, magic does not work on bosses. Anyway, that's that one down, so oh boy, I still got lots of other things. Yeah, that's another thing I wanted to comment on. You can't actually enter things like castles by touching them, like unlike Final Fantasy or Dragon Warrior. I don't know why, that's just always bothered me, but anyway, yeah, I'm going to pause that game so the music doesn't bother you. Let's see here, that's number 11, oh boy. After you get to a certain level, for instance, once you get to level 3 with the slimes, you won't actually be able to get experience from slimes anymore. You'll actually have to upgrade to, well, certain other enemies, but I'm going to be using ropers for this demonstration after I get to that particular level. But I still got more things to explain, because I really don't want to miss anything, because I've been trying to re-record this for a very, very long time. Let's see here. Let's see, I already discussed the enemies getting stuck on whatever terrain they're on. For instance, the ropers and zombies are stuck to bricked areas and dirt, respectively. once you get to level 2, you get the turn spell, which essentially turns the enemy back to the opposite of whatever way that they actually are moving. For instance, if they're going left, they'll go to the right after that spell is cast. Please note that this is also true with spells that get shot out from enemies. However, be warned that if an enemy were to, say, bump into a area before you actually cast the spell, it may actually turn back after it hits the area and keep going whatever direction it was going to go anyway, so be very careful about that. Okay, let's see here. Let's see here, turn spell. I already discussed the oh yes, that's right. Magic does not give you any experience for actual combat. I'm not going to argue the point. That's just a bad thing. The only real useful magic is actually turn. There is going to be a few times where you have to use the fire and wave spell. Actually, only once for each now that I think about it. But outside of that, the only really useful spell is turn. Anyway, I already said magic has no experience. Already discussed how turns the magic spells. Oh boy, here's a confusing one. You see this setup? How these enemies are? Well, once you leave a screen for one screen, it'll actually keep the enemies where they were. Or it may actually move them one space towards where they were moving, but generally freeze them where they were. However, if you leave two screens, they'll actually reset the entire area. Oh yes, that's right. Also, if you do deal damage to an enemy that is leaving the screen, and it does actually leave the screen, it will gain full health whenever it comes back on screen. Hey, let's see here. Oh yes, Hydlide is older than Zelda, by the way. I just wanted to make that clear. I don't even know why people like referencing Zelda against Hydlide. I mean, really, it's a game with an experience system, which honestly reminds me more of Chrysalis than Zelda, but that's beside the point. Let's hear. There is actually no attack animation for Hydlide, which makes a lot of people think that they're not doing anything whenever they're trying to attack. However, the way that I'll get into combat in a moment, I need to knock that one out. The way combat actually works is you have attack and defend mode. Your defend mode is actually the default mode you have, which you're probably going to be using throughout the majority of the game. But either way, your defend mode actually makes it so you deal less damage while taking less damage, and your attack mode will make you deal more damage while taking more damage. That being said, I really wouldn't recommend being in attack mode unless you're trying to level up on weaker enemies. And really, you need to be in attack mode to even hurt slimes in the first place, which means the second level is going to be one of the hardest to get to. Let's just discuss that. Oh yeah, by the way, unlike a certain other game I hate, the enemies with the same names have the same stats. I know that doesn't exactly sound like much, but unlike another game I don't like, at least they're kind enough to do that instead of giving enemies more power depending on what level you are and where you are. I'm not going to argue the point. That was just a beginner's trap. In all seriousness, though, for those of you who think I'm bashing Dungeon Magic too much, please know that I was actually willing to actually complete that game rather than just do it for 10 to 20 minutes and just complain about it. I was actually willing and able to beat it. Anyway, yeah, we got to I apologize, I'm just working through everything so I don't accidentally leave anything out. Anyway, there is actually going to be a hole that appears directly to the left of this particular area. In that walled area, I'd like to say about 5 spaces to the left of the player character. There's actually going to be a hole that appears there. Please note that unless you grab the item right to the lower middle of this particular portion of this area, the hole that appears there will not appear and you will be trapped in this area right to the left here, and there's no way that I'm aware of to actually get out, so be very careful. Coincidentally, if you are unlucky enough to actually save while you have too low a health in an area which causes HP drain, you can actually just sort of soft lock and you're going to get constantly killed as soon as you reload, so be very careful about that. Yeah, that was one of the ones I did skip. Good thing I'm looking over things. Again, I apologize for the way this is being presented, but I don't want to miss anything. Anyway, item locations are actually random. That being said, you can just keep saving and reloading to actually get items. That being said, you really don't need to check everything. All you really have to do is save and keep reloading and keep doing the exact same one you've been doing. So yeah, items are randomized. Yeah, I should mention that there is this one part of the game where you have to kill a few knights to actually get a treasure chest to appear. Please note that if you kill too many of them after the treasure chest appears, it'll disappear again and reset the counter, so you actually have to kill them again to actually get it to reappear. So be very careful about that. Let's see here, that was 28. Oh yes, there is actually a very dangerous place in this game that I like calling the water area. I'm going to be avoiding it for this particular playthrough, but either way, that's where the river snakes are. That's what I'm going to be calling them anyway, and they actually give the best experience in the game. But honestly, I think they're too dangerous to really deal with, but that's beside the point. I'm just mentioning them just in case people want to try it for themselves. There's going to be a hole directly below the exit of the third cave. Yes, third cave. We actually go through, and that's going to actually take you to the water area. Please note you don't actually have to go through the water area to do anything. But I just thought I'd mention it just in case people want to get experience. Anyway, yeah, I think that's almost everything that I can think of offhand that I had on my list of 30 things. I apologize that that took so long and that it's sloppy and choppy to do it this way, but honestly, I don't want to re-record this any more than I have to, so really that was the only way I could spew out all those miscellaneous things, comments, mechanics, and other things, just so I wouldn't have to re-record it. Speaking of which, I doubt this will be a no-death playthrough. I really am not concerned about that. I'm more or less concerned about getting out the mechanics, which I did fairly well. Yeah, you know, there were at least 20 mechanics I actually spewed out there, which honestly, I'm not even gonna argue the point. That's just a bit excessive for a game like this. Either way, I will say it is innovative for its time, seeing as it has a save state save system and the ability to actually angle yourself properly to actually surprise attack the enemy. I mean, really, the only other game I can think of offhand kind of like that would actually be Earthbound, which actually came out later. Or rather, that's the only one I can think of offhand. I mean, I guess you could say Zelda again it came out later with the Knights, seeing as you sort of had to sneak attack those ones, but really, Hydlide is one of the first ones that I'm aware of that actually makes it so that is some sort of mechanic. Either way, it's going to take about an hour to actually beat the game. Please note that I actually went through my spiel, so it's probably going to be maybe an hour and 30 minutes because of the rather excessive amount of time I spent. But speaking of which, again, I apologize for that because really there's no good way for me to spew out all that information all at once without me missing some of it and them being paranoid and then re-recording it again, which I've been doing for over a dozen times, so obviously I don't want to do this again. So hopefully this isn't going to be too much of a problem. Anyway, another thing I should mention is that once you get to a certain level, enemies will actually change depending on what your level is. If you are a certain level, they'll actually spawn in as stronger enemies. Probably the best and my favorite being the Hypers. They're one of the best ways to get experience in the game. Anyway, I don't think I missed anything, but if I did, I'm going to blame it on Indiana Jones syndrome for obvious reasons. Again, the combat audio cues are there, so I would highly recommend having them on, because really, there's no good way to know whether or not you're actually hitting the enemy. Yeah, I should probably tell my brother to put some sort of note in the description showing when I actually start playing the game, because I know that most people probably don't care too much about the mechanics, but I'm not gonna argue the point. They needed to be discussed, because they most certainly were odd. Oh yes, another thing I forgot to mention about the combat system is the fact that instead of actually using your attack button to actually attack, you actually use your D-pad to run into enemies to attack them. I'm not even gonna argue the point. That is strange. You just have to keep holding your D-pad in whatever direction you're wanting to attack. Anyway, again, once you get to a certain level, for instance, now I'm level 3, you can't actually get experience anymore. I know I mentioned this, but I just think it should be clarified. Anyway, I'm not too concerned about dying. But let's change our speed to normal. Save here. And then hopefully you can actually catch this vampire off guard. If you can attack it from the back, you'll actually kill it and get a lamp. Again, I'm not expecting to play through this game without any deaths, but we will see what happens. After you get the lamp, you can actually get the sword. Please note that you don't need the lamp to get the sword, it just makes it easier to find. You can actually use the save system against the game, seeing as you don't actually have to worry about actually fighting enemies if you just save and reload until the enemies are out of the way. This is just a faster way to actually get things. Not to mention that most enemies aren't even worth trying to fight, seeing as they generally don't give you much, if any, experience. Speaking of which, the vast majority of the time you should probably be in defend mode anyway. I should mention that there's also this rock up here that tries to kill you. Honestly, I can't say I actually found any reason why you would fight the rock. Regardless, after getting the sword, you can actually head down here. And actually, kill these ropers. Please note that while training, you're better off in high speed to increase your HP recovery and to actually increase the amount of things you can kill, because that's just how this game is. Anyway, please note that once an enemy gets into that position, right to the right there, it is actually a safe spot until they can turn. So be extra vigilant, and you may be able to sneak attack them. Please know that it's possible to do that even as they're coming toward you. You just have to time it very properly. I just hope that this recording does not give out, because if it is, I'm gonna be very upset. And you gotta understand, this is actually high speed, so this is double speed. So I'll be getting experience faster than normal, and yeah, obviously, it going up 1 pixel at a time is still going to be excessively long. I would highly recommend letting go of your attack button the instant you kill whatever it is you're aiming for, so whatever enemy comes to your side and tries attacking you won't actually deal that much damage. Or as much, because your HP still drops like a rock whenever you're hit. Anyway, as I said, magic doesn't actually give you experience, so there's really no point in using it. And if the turn spell is used against something that's already bumping on something, it'll just continue on whatever path it was on. I apologize if I seem to be repeating myself, but really, I already went through essentially all my spiel, so I really don't know what else to say. Another thing I should say is save often whenever you're out of an area that takes away your health. That way, if you do die, you can still retain your experience when you load. And another level. Honestly, I think every other level is easier to get to than the even levels. I really don't even know why, it just is. Again, I apologize if I seem to be out of things to say, but really, I'm sort of out of things to say. Although that is something I should say, the main reason why I think most people have problems with this game is because they feel like they should be doing something whenever they're in combat, so they generally tap the attack button constantly like that. That's just not the way Hydlide works, because if you are ever hit in attack mode, your HP just drops immediately. That being said, most people are just not used to just not using your attack button the vast majority of the time, which is essentially a requirement for this game, which is the main reason why people have problems with it. Again, your HP heals you when you're stand still, so if you're low on health, stand still. Once you get to a certain level, the bricked areas will stop hurting you. Honestly, I don't even understand why terrain actually hurts you in the first place. Now, water and desert I can understand because of stamina and first, respectively, but outside of that, I don't know, use your imagination. Maybe branches fall on you in trees and you trip constantly in the bricked areas. That's probably the best my imagination can think of. Speaking of which, I don't even know. This is supposed to be one of those areas where this is an elven area. I guess it is. I mean, fairies are sort of elvish, right? So I don't even understand why you would get hurt by trees, but that's beside the point. Please know that if you do not get the pod, that hole over there won't actually appear. And you will get stuck if you exit through the upper entrance of the cave up there. I'm really not even sure how the upper entrance even leads there, but that's beside the point. Anyway, let's save the game. Enter this area. And we'll be wanting to actually get rid of a few of these pink knights. Okay, get shield, exit through this area, and then that's what the area I was talking about for the waterway. I really wouldn't recommend going down there unless you feel like fighting sea snakes, which are those shadows there. Please know that they are not shadows if you go down there. I really just never found them worth the effort, because if you can't get directly behind them, they just kill you very quickly. Anyway, to get this next fairy, which I did get the first fairy, right? You actually have to run into trees in this area until you find the one that does not hurt you. Then you gotta flash your attack button and then just sort of run away from it. Speaking of which, to actually get the first fairy, all you have to do is walk up to the bottom of the trees. Please note that if you stand there too long for the first fairy, wasp will actually appear. Speaking of which, the main character's name is Jim. And I know a lot of people like making a Jim and bees joke, but really it's wasp, not bees. Which is another thing I forgot to mention actually. This game actually has a HP indicator on the lower right hand side. That being said, you can actually monitor whatever HP your enemies have, which I will say is a nice touch. I don't even know why. It's like all the harder games, such as Dungeon Magic and Hydlide, actually have mechanics that actually let you see your enemy's health, but it's a nice touch. Anyway, please know that you need the pot to actually see these wizards there. Anyway, if you exit through the entrance of the area I was just at, the upper entrance, you'll get stuck at where that hole is. Please note that if you do not have the pot, the the hole won't be there for you to leave. Anyway, you need to go into this cave and kill these yellow knights. Yeah, that's another thing I think I didn't mention. When you're casting spells, you actually have to hit whatever button is not your attack button until you select which spell you want to use. Then you have to hold in your attack button and then use the spell button while holding in your attack button to actually use the spell. Please know that if an enemy is attacking you, it's pretty much instant death, because really your HP is just going to drop immediately if that happens. Hopefully these knights don't get stuck in this lower left-hand corner, because really that's probably the biggest problem in this particular area, because you have to kill these golden knights with melee. Please know that, to my knowledge, spells won't work for this counter. I did not mean to do it then, but oh well. Get a ring, which actually acts as the first gem we got, then leave the area. You're probably better off just saving and reloading if the enemies are there. They're just not worth the time. Anyway, once you get a key, we can get a jewel from here, the ring from there, and let's check the inventory. All we need is the next gem, the next fairy, and the medicine. Yep, that's 3 more. But right now, we got to train. First things first, wait for your HP to go up. But thankfully, all you need to do is get a 1 level from these zombies, but let me tell you, it is painfully long because of the fact they can run away very quickly. And as I'm sure I already mentioned, as they leave the screen, they get full health back when they return, which is a bit of a nuisance, especially in an area where they run away often. So if you can get them trapped in the terrain, good for you. I really want to go into attack mode here, because seriously, they can deal a lot of damage, especially if they decide to gang up on you. You know, I'd probably almost be done with this game by now if I wasn't too busy explaining things. Oh well. That's just the way things are. Pretty sure you still take damage from standing in the dirt, so you do, don't you? As for why you get hurt in the dirt, who knows? May those hands in the graveyard of Castlevania sort of raise up and try grabbing ya. Because, you know, why not? Speaking of which, if you need a safe spot, you can actually just wait here. Now, I know it may be tempting, but I really wouldn't recommend using your attack button here. Because if the zombies decide to gang up on you, they kill you very, very quickly. I mean, seriously, most things, when you're in attack mode, usually deal around 30 your health worth of damage. And that is never a good thing, especially when fighting multiple of them. Again, thankfully you only need to get one level up from these zombies, but it's painfully long because of their rather random pattern. Hopefully they stay up in this general area. I really wouldn't recommend getting too far into the dirt area, seeing as you still take too much health damage if you're not careful. Speaking of which, even though enemies cannot move from certain terrains, they can still attack you if you're adjacent to those terrains, so be careful about that. So many mechanics for such a game, isn't it? Oh well, I know I got most of them. As you can see, if enemies gang up on you, you can die very quickly. Well, at least I'm over half. You know, this game isn't technically that long. It's really just the immense amount of grinding that makes it long. Because most of the time you're just training up just to even get to be able to beat something. Which is okay for RPGs, but really such an excessive number just isn't really a good thing. Oh well, I will give it this. It's shorter than, say, what I did for Dragon Warrior. Of course, I was doing an old weapon playthrough, but that's beside the point. It still would have been much longer than this anyway. Although I will say it would have been easier to have the sword, you don't actually need it. Yeah, you know, I have tried to get the second Hydlide to work, and honestly, I've never actually gotten any sort of luck with it, so I may actually just skip off to the third Hydlide game, which it would be Super Hydlide for the Sega Genesis. So we will see what happens there, but let me tell you, that game has lots of starting mechanics and other mechanics that make this game even look even simpler, and that's not a good thing when I can say that. Oh well, at least it's not as complicated as the Elder Scrolls 1 Arena, which I'll need to get some sort of guide to eventually. It's been really slow because of the vast amount of, the vast array of stats you need to record. Because there's so many things to consider in that game. For instance, what race you are, what stats you have, what quests you have. It's just a giant mess, and there's lots of possibilities for that one. I will say Super Hydlide did at the very least make that simpler than the Elder Scrolls 1 Arena. At least they only have 4 classes instead of how many other ones they got. Oh, I'm so close. Can't wait for that last level, and then I can actually train on hypers. And let me tell you, hypers are substantially better than any of these other things I have been training on. Although I will say sea snakes are technically better, but honestly I don't bother with them because they're just too dangerous unless you can get directly behind them. Oh, looks like one more. One more maybe, hopefully. Yay! Anyway, stand here and regenerate. Either way, Super Hydlide has its own set of problems. For instance, the attack. You do get an attack animation in the game, but essentially it's going to be your right hand only, so if you were positioned like that to an enemy, when you attacked, you'd miss. Anyway, I'm getting off topic. I'm playing the normal Hydlide, not Super Hydlide. Anyway, after you get to this particular level, you can actually run around killing hypers after you kill a few slimes. And let me tell you, hypers are substantially better than any of those other enemies we were training on earlier. I will say it's a bit annoying seeing as they have a bad tendency of running off the screen. However, they are substantially better for overall experience. As you can see, I'm already over 20%, or at 20%. I will say that you should probably back off once you get to, I'd like to say the third line, or health. But really, outside of that, you should be able to sort of train for about, I'd like to say 3 levels on these. Please note there are no enemies in this particular area unless you touch the bottom of the trees. And again, if you grab the fairy and you stay too long at the bottom of the trees, they'll spawn anyway, so be very careful. Speaking of which, I really wouldn't recommend killing the kobold unless you accidentally do it, because if you kill a kobold, they actually spawn in as goblins and they're just not worth killing. Again, as long as you keep your finger off the attack button and run away once you get to around the third bar of health, you should be fine. Okay, and that's the next level. Yeah, another nuisance is that due to the fact you actually use the D-pad to attack, you have a bad tendency of running past enemies. Which isn't really too much of a problem, but it is a nuisance. Yeah, make sure you save often. I keep forgetting to do that. Please know that hypers can kill you very quickly if you decide to just use your attack button. Especially when there's 3 of them swarming the area all at once. Honestly, I find it easier just to level up in defend mode. Well, it's past half. Again, it would be easier if they stopped running away to regain their health. Because again, that's a mechanic. I will say that the fact that the enemy's location and HP actually freezes when you leave the screen, when you leave one screen, can be actually helpful for the main boss if you, for whatever reason, lost the medicine you get once you beat the dragon. Speaking of which, in the original, I believe you actually get the medicine in the last chest where the treasure, where the gem is supposed to be. And this one, you actually get the medicine in that chest in the older original version of this game. But either way, the boss, Virales' boss fight is actually split up into 2 rooms. You can actually run down one space and actually sort of wait to actually regenerate your health to actually fight Virales again. Just please know that you'll have to avoid 4 skeletons if you choose this method, which may seem excessive, but really, well, the way Virales just sort of pops in wherever he feels like, yeah, it's safer just to go down with the 4 skeletons and deal with them rather than try dealing with Virales. Either way, we're almost to the next level. I would have already beaten this game if I didn't go on my spiel. Either way, oh well, it had to be done. Also, if anyone's wondering why it looks like some of them are turning back, it's because they are leaving the screen and another one spawning in directly where they left from. That's why it looks like some of them are turning back. To my knowledge, that's the way the movement mechanics work. I'm aware a lot of people think it's random, but it's really not. And I will say it's actually a pretty interesting mechanic, although not really well done, and I accidentally killed that kobold. Yeah, goblins are not worth the effort to kill, so seriously, just reset the area if that happens. Again, you reset the area by leaving 2 screens away. Please know you can actually do this with any area with slimes, and actually there is one hyper if you decide to go through the waterway area near the castle. Please note though that one isn't really efficient to train on because it has a bad tendency of just spawning in where the castle is, which is in a separate part of that area. So it's really just not efficient to actually train on that one. And there's only one of them instead of several like this. Let's see here, I'd like to say this is the 3rd level I've gotten for this, so this shouldn't take too much longer. I don't think you get another level after this, and if so, I'll train for however long it takes to get that level too, but I don't think we need to. And the thing of it, I haven't actually died legitimately yet. I know I died once, but really that was more or less to demonstrate how the save function works. I'm not gonna argue the point though, them not giving you any sort of indication you got save game is really just not a good thing. They should give you some sort of indication. Much like that HP drain for walking through certain terrains. They really need to give you an audio cue. You know, like Dragon Warrior or Chrysalis, I'm sure did that. Come to think of it, even the Tales of games did something similar at the Lava Tower, didn't they? In the miasma spots. They at least either A, made a sound effect, or B, made the screen change color or shimmer or something. And it looks like I am done with training with these things, so we're almost done with the game. Okay, all we have to do now is head up to the upper left corner of this particular area, save, and now use a wave spell. Please know that you actually have to hit both of these wizards at the same time with the same spell. Probably the biggest problem is the wave spell can only be cast side to side, which means unless they're both right next to each other, you're going to miss. You can't go up and down, which I will say is a problem if you're planning going through the waterway and going to the left. Honestly though, I think it's overall easier just to be in the land area and actually just deal with the enemy at the lower right hand portion. Anyway, you need to cast a fire spell to burn a bush here. Kind of like Legend of Zelda, come to think of it. Where you burn a bush to get to level 8, I'd like to say. Yeah, I think it was level 8. Anyway, yeah, just get through these Black Am Knights. Or Black Knights, as I'm probably gonna call them. Move through the area with the skeletons. Don't even bother dealing with them. They're just not worth effort. Break the grave, which takes away the water outside of the area. Or around the castle, which actually lets you oh, that's right, you can't actually hurt the dragon until you actually drain the water first. So, yeah, don't even bother dealing with the dragon until the water's out of the way. Speaking of which, I will be, I am planning on giving you the password for actually, before actually beating the game. Anyway, you gotta fight the dragon. I would highly recommend switching over your speed to high for regenerating purposes and just switching it to normal for combat purposes. Please know that you'll be wanting to fight it in defend mode, because if you go into attack mode against any of the bosses, unless it's Varus at the right particular time, you immediately die. Just keep doing this and chiseling away at its health. Until you get the messing. Whatever you do, make sure you don't lose this, or the fight with Varus is going to be much more difficult. And again, it is possible to do that by running down and avoiding the skeletons, as I previously mentioned. Anyway, grab the third gem. And I don't think you can actually get to the last level after clearing out the water, so please note that. Anyway, make sure you have full health. And here's your password if you're interested. I'll probably do it at the end of this particular segment. I really wouldn't recommend trying to use a password in the boss room because Viralis has a bad tendency of spawning in anywhere he feels like. And he may spawn in directly on top of you, and it's just going to pretty much drain you, if not instantly kill you, so be very careful about that. Yeah, just avoid getting hurt. Speaking of which, here's your password if you want to get to this particular part. And we have all items that I'm aware of. I don't think there's any we missed. And we can deal with Viralis. If he at any time gets you caught in the corner of his hitbox, don't even bother fighting him. And if any of his companions interfere, don't even bother fighting him. He's not even worth the effort, because you are not going to win like that. Also, if he attacks you with any of his fireballs and actually hits you up, pretty much he's going to instantly kill you, so be very careful. Essentially, you want to hit your attack mode the instant before you actually use your medicine. I did too fast there. If you don't do it at the right time, just reload. I messed up on that one. Just flash it on, then just immediately let go of your attack button and head into defend mode. Because that's the only good way I'm aware of to actually kill Viralis, unless you want to go down and wait for your HP to regenerate while juggling between all those 4 skeletons. And let me tell you, those things can kill you very quickly. Either way, as long as you don't actually reload a previous save or save and reload. Speaking of which, if you save and reload a save, it will actually reset the enemy's HP, so be very careful about that if you're planning on dealing with Viralis that way. Anyway, that is Hydlide. A very complicated game for what it is. I will give it credit that at the very least it pretty much gave you a save state save system, showed you enemy HP, and actually had some sort of... I really don't know how to describe it. It is strange, for lack of a better term. Either way, yeah, I will say the combat mechanics are awkward, and it most certainly isn't well made, but I will applaud them for making a save state save system and showing enemies HP, as well as the movement mechanics so you can actually get behind enemies. That's pretty neat, but outside of those things, I really can't think of anything I can praise it for. Oh well, that was Hydlide. I hope everybody enjoyed this video. Again, I apologize for the beginning, because I know it was slow, because I had lots of things to explain, but that's beside the point. I got through it, so that's the end. I hope everybody has a good day. Hello everybody, and welcome to Jaws. Now then, yeah, let's get started. This is essentially an RPG, kind of like Legend of Zelda 2, in that there's a top world view with a side-scrolling, or, well, one of these types of combat systems. And there's two areas I'd suggest you avoid. It'd be the lower left and right hand corner, because unfortunately both jellyfish and manta rays appear there. Do I think those are manta rays? Who knows, maybe they're skates. I'm pretty sure skates look kind of like manta rays, only they're browner. Anyway, yeah, I really wouldn't recommend going to the lower left or right, because then you'll have to worry about manta rays and jellyfish coming and then killing you. So seriously, just avoid that. And let me tell you, dying in this game is a really bad idea, because your power actually goes down if you die. Anyway, make sure you have, I'd like to say, 5 shells, and you get the receiver, which tells you kind of where Jaws is. Your main goal is to just travel back and forth between this area and that port I just came from. Anyway, yeah, let's just stick to the deeper part, and there we go. Even if it doesn't say you hit Jaws, he may appear anyway, so be very careful about that. Speaking of which, as you can see from me just, actually, you know what, I'll just use Turbo to show how difficult dealing with this guy is. This is with Turbo, and as you can see, his health bar just goes down very, very slowly, so trying to fight him when you're too overpowered is just a really bad idea, because seriously, you might be able to deal maybe 6 bars worth of damage, but I doubt any more than that. As you can see, he's kind of like more or less a tank, seeing as he has a lot of HP. Also, I'm not doing this to cheat, I'm just doing this to show, because let me tell you, I really don't want to deal with Jaws when I'm collecting things, but either way, his HP actually regenerates outside of battle. It's possible to weaken him before you fight him again, but really, there's no point in it unless you have a high enough power to really kill him with. Because his regeneration rate is extremely rapid. I'm sure it'll be nice enough to show how fast it is. And this is with Turbo, people. As you can see, you're doing barely anything to him. Well, I won't get that shell, seeing as I was using Turbo to demonstrate, but yeah, as you can see, dealing with them is going to be a real big pain if you're on a higher power, which it should leave by now. Oh, bonus scene. Okay, that's nice. As you can see, I barely did a third of thing of damage to him, and he regenerates outside combat very, very rapidly. Usually I get around 15 for these bonus scenes. You get one shell for every 3 things you hit, so try to be as accurate as possible. 5. Oh dear, I'd like to say, right. I'm hoping. I really need to pay attention to where exactly I'm going. Of course, the thing is that this game actually turns you whenever you get outside of combat. That's a bit difficult. At least I'm pretty sure it does. Nah, I have to go to the left thing as I don't have a power-up yet. Well, that's what I'm gonna need to do, turn around. Really, the entire game's just leveling up to actually beat Jaws. So let's go to the left. Oh, that's nice. Thankfully you can stay up on top and avoid the jellyfish. Really the only problem with this strategy is the stupid manta rays that sometimes appear on top and the baby sharks that appear on top sometimes. Right, other than that, just watch out for baby sharks, manta rays, and the jellyfish coming up. Again, it actually turns you whenever you exit combat, which is very disorientating. I believe we need 5 more shells for the next level up. If it's a scene like this, don't bother trying to grab anything. Seriously, it's not worth that getting yourself killed over. I like areas where there's actually a screen that scrolls down, because really it gets easier to maneuver. Because in these areas you can't really maneuver effectively because the jellyfish just keep coming up from the bottom whenever they feel like it. That being said, for these parts I would highly recommend just avoiding everything. Except for maybe baby sharks, really, aside from that, just avoid everything else. That's 6. It takes 1 bomb to actually kill 1 jellyfish. Think about that. Well, another 5, that's good. Alright, right, next. Yeah, better check the closest port anyway, because let me tell you, this game has a bad tendency of just sort of stopping you dead in your tracks right in front of the ports. And you're going to have to deal with another set afterwards. And apparently I need at least 2 more. I'd like to say 2. Oh, I didn't hit Jaws, even though there he is. like to say you need at least level 6 to actually beat Jaws. Oh, that was close. I hate those sharks. Thankfully, you can slow some enemies down by hitting them. Oh, of course I did. Honestly, this game isn't really that long. I doubt it'll take more than 45 minutes. Okay. Level 4. 2 more levels should about do it. You really don't even need this indicator anyway, seeing as Jaws comes to you. I should mention that the controls are a bit slippery, seeing as you keep going slightly even after you stop pressing that direction, so be very careful about that. Oh, I hate those things. There we go. Good thing there wasn't any jellyfish. Well, that's 4. I doubt I have the level to actually deal with them. I don't know though. I'm doing pretty well. As long as you can avoid the other things, I guess that isn't really too difficult. Okay, Jaws runs out of power, and you gotta stab him with the bolt. You have to use your strobe while he's directly in front of you. It's thin. then you gotta stab him. Unfortunately, you have to be very precise about this. So wait until he's directly in front of you with his fin. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Again, make sure he's directly in front of you before you do it. I'm pretty sure that's how it's supposed to work. Unfortunately, he likes turning whenever he feels like it. There we go. And you stab him, and boy, I think that's the end of the game. Wow, I did not expect that to go that quickly. But that's beside the point. That is the end of Jaws. And the second movie, of course. Anyway, I am going to end this episode here. That being said, I hope everyone enjoyed Jaws. So, everybody have a good day. Hello everybody, and welcome to Chippendale Rescue Rangers 2. Alright, well, let's get started. Alright, you see Blim pass over a building, which happens to be the prison, go down and fly away. Great bomb threat. Oh, that's nice. They don't even get to figure out that he did escape. Anyway, pretty much the same controls as last time. I would highly recommend trying to keep a crate at all times. Anyway, watch out for any miscolored crates, like I believe that one down there. Yep, because those are enemies. Pretty much, if it is a shade of what you're holding, it's probably an enemy. You're going to have to hit these ones up from behind. Or below. I don't think you can aim down though. Oh, I must have accidentally hit that one. Anyway, what's that? Grab that. Yeah, make sure you don't accidentally hit down and jump, otherwise you'll fall off this platform. There's a few instances like that. Okay, you gotta grab this, I'd like to say that was a cup. And wait for it to go up, and, this guy gives you some food. If you got, 2 players, both of them. And you gotta fight Water Rabbit. This stage is a bit annoying, seeing as you gotta watch out for the falling crates. Essentially, if a crate falls on you, you're stunned, and if a crate falls on him, it hurts him. Just make sure you aren't actually under one of the crates, otherwise it'll hit you and it'll stun you. Also, the fact the water current constantly moves you doesn't help too much. Thankfully, he has a pretty simple pattern. Hopefully you can make it so you aren't stuck beneath these things. That can be a big problem if you are. There we go. I usually don't have much of a problem until the 3rd level boss. We'll see how well that goes. Anyway, just pick it up. And you get 1-ups based on what you hit. I don't think the empty carpet gives you anything. I'll choose randomly because I don't think it matters either way. I guess so. I guess there was another option. Okay. And somehow you appear in a sewer system, even though you're supposed to be going to a shipyard. Because reasons, why not? Anyway, as for any of them on the ground, they'll essentially go to whatever height you're at and just fly kind of waving, and they're on the ceiling. They'll actually just go towards you directly. Again, much like before, make sure you don't accidentally drop onto any fall spots. Okay, nothing. I don't think you don't get healed. Anyway, watch out for this guy's sliding kick. just jump over him if he's doing that. Yeah, don't even bother trying to grab it if you see him coming to do that. There we go. Not too bad. Oh, the freezer. I hate this place. Pretty sure that's what. Nah, that ain't the freezer. Freezer's the next part, isn't it? You can only hit the porcupines when their backs are turned. Okay, here we go. Or by doing that. Honestly, I don't even think those yellow specks even hurt you. I think they just stun you. Of course, I may be remembering incorrectly. I honestly don't know what the ball's for. I'm guessing to keep that switch pressed down, but I can honestly say I'm not entirely sure what exactly that does. Oh well, at least it's a good reusable thing that has a very high arc. Yeah, that's what they do, alright, stun ya. No food, huh? Okay, and there was an acorn there. Now I hate this place. It pretty much just zigzags. Hopefully he doesn't decide to run into you, because that can be a very big problem. Go. Okay, that was not as big as a problem as I thought it'd be. I doubt my luck's going to keep going good though. Well, that's at least 3 level ups I've got. Not level ups, 1-ups I've gotten. Oh yes, this is the freezer part. I don't think they'd be listening to ya. That's right, you actually do have a time limit. Oh, that's nice. Well, time is of the essence, even though these areas don't like cooperating. Unfortunately, the controls are going to be slippery and you won't be able to sit down whenever you want to. Oh, we gotta go left. Okay, let's try that again. I did not mean to do that, but well. Yeah, there's actually a delay whenever you're trying to sit down, so be very careful about that. Well, I was doing good just up until this point. Well, at least I stunned them. Oh, well, at least they give you plenty of time to actually reach there. Yeah, I better not grab anything off the edge again. Oh boy. There we go. Oh, okay. Didn't think I got either of them. Yes. I forgot you could actually stand on those lamps. Good thing I figured that out before continuing. I'm sure that'll come into play later. That was close. Oh, oddly, there's no time limit this time. Much like the first one, you're probably better off waiting. Oh dear, I hate it when they come from the corner like that. Okay, apparently we can't just do that for these. wish I would have known that thing would stop there. Ah, well. Okay, boss. No? Oh boy. Just what I need. Oh, maybe we gotta go up. Okay, I'm not sure why there was a hole there. Maybe that's the other hole you were supposed to go through to get to that area to get the food. Ah, well. Boss, here we go. You gotta make sure you hit it in the face. It attacks twice. Ah, that's whoops. And make sure you just stay on the left side of the screen. Whoops. There we go. Okay, not doing too bad. Actually, doing a lot better than I thought I would be. I missed. I totally missed. Okay. Boy, that's actually a pretty small horn, isn't it? Oh joy. Yeah, let's get the stupid minecart one out of the way first. Pretty sure Western World's that one. Ah, boy. Go. Don't want to accidentally get knocked off while trying to jump over there. Anyway. And then yes. Okay, there we go. Another one. Going throughout the entire thing as slow as possible until you see a ramp or one of those things that you can potentially get through. Ow! I forgot you let go if you touch a corner, you let go, so make sure you don't move to the left. Okay, there we go. I'm actually doing much better than I thought, even though I don't like how many of these stupid things there are. Okay. What a strange place for a bat to be. And there's an enemy up on top of that one. Oh dear. If I remember correctly, this guy drops cards that you gotta throw at him. He eventually starts moving back and forth, which makes them a bit more of a pain, and you can't really get his cards without them being at a downward angle, unfortunately. There we go. I was gonna grab it, but I just couldn't get it. It doesn't help that these cards are actually shorter than most of the rest of the things you can grab in the game. Ow. Please note that there's a slight delay for your movement whenever you are throwing things. Ah, boy. Usually this isn't really too much of a problem. I don't know why I'm having so many problems. Ah, boy. Okay, I wasn't aware of that. Apparently aims down if you jump up at the right time. Again, it's really more helpful if he tries attacking from a downward angle. There we go. I don't know why that gave me so many problems. I forget what obstacles are here. I think this is the part with the pipes, though. Yep. Mm-hmm. Walked right over me. Oh dear, these things. Well, hopefully I'm good at platform jumping right at the moment. I am not used to those things that open up. That's what I was trying to say. Oh well, I'd like those things that kind of like those other ones off the first one. Oh, that's how you get it, eh? If I could just jump right. I don't know, I must have messed up. Great, one hit. Yeah, you got hit right between there, don't you? Yeah, you gotta be really careful with this one. Boy, it's very precise timing and positioning, otherwise this guy will hit ya. Yep. Thankfully the treading of the vehicle doesn't actually hurt ya. Probably one more hit, just gotta be very careful. Yep. Nah. Well, I was doing just fine for one hit. Gotta be very careful just in case he does it twice. Yeah, boy. Well, at least I made it farther than I thought I would without much problem. Yeah, it'd probably be better just not to jump. Yeah, but that thing's still a problem. It really doesn't help that you can't throw it past the ball and chain. And I walked right past it. I don't even know why that happened. It just did. Can't be too much longer. There we go. I would probably get one hit off so much. Great, the clock tower. Yeah. I hate those things that use screws. And I entirely forgot what those ones' attacks were. I better make sure I deal with those before they Unfortunately, those screw ones don't actually appear until you get to a certain point, which is a bit of a nuisance. I can't remember whether we're going right or up. I'm gonna say up, yep. Oh, don't you just love moving platforms? Oh, come on, you... Yep. Really close. I'm food, there we go. I forget whether or not you stay standing while under those things. Oh well, look at the bright side. At least that's not the clock tower like on Castlevania 64. On that game, if you get caught in between the cogs, you immediately die. Oh dear. forget how this one actually works. Yeah, I guess that one is a straight. I forget whether or not it can actually just go up or... It doesn't help that this thing moves faster than most other characters in the game. I keep expecting it to come out at the other side of the screen. I mention I hate this boss. Again, I just keep expecting it to come out of the other side of the screen, just the way it moves. Don't mind a pattern like this, it's more or less when it starts being on the ground more often. Because I can't ever tell when it's going to try jumping up again. There it goes. It was probably just one head off with that one too. 2 lives left. Oh well, I think I'm doing that pretty well. Alright. Now let's see here. I think we actually need to maybe you had to actually throw something at it to change its direction. Oh well, I'm more concerned about defending myself than that. For now anyway. Oh boy, that was close. Oh, an electric field. Wonderful. Yeah. Well, good thing there was some food. Better tap that one. Oh well. I don't think you can stand on these red things. No, you can't. Okay. I was wondering when you'd start dropping things. If you know anything with a pattern like that just goes across the screen constantly, you have to drop things eventually. Okay, food. Yeah, I'm probably gonna do better if it's, if I gotta go the way it's, trying to take it away from. Okay, there we go. One hit left, that's not good. I don't think I can grab them. Yes, I can. Nope, nothing. Oh, that's... Thankfully, these things can only fire one at a time, but that doesn't make things much easier. I can't wait until we get to the boss. Oh. Well, I was doing well. Okay, 2 lives left. I shouldn't have much of a problem. As long as the boss is directly after this particular part. I'm gonna hope it is, because I'm starting to run out of lives. Too soon. Oh, come on, how many more are you? Are you going to go away? There it goes. Under one head again, I gotta be very careful. to backtrack. No, I can't do that because the camera's locked. Oh boy. There we go. Oh, really? Okay, good food. Danger. Okay, fat cat. Okay. Yep, here we go. I forget what its attacks are, but I know it shoots that hand out at you and that mace goes up and down, so... You gotta time it right, and when the bomb explodes, then you hit the thing at the proper time. And another annoyance is the fact that the bomb can actually stun you. Actually, it may be better just to wait if it's going back to where the bomb just landed. Because if you just wait for it until it explodes, it'll actually hurt him. Hopefully it just constantly does that, otherwise you're going to have to try timing it correctly, which can be a bit tricky. Hopefully he lands on the left side, he can't really get you from there. It's hard to time those things. I still have 2 lives. So close. I don't even think there's any sort of after part of this game. I think you just had to beat this thing. If I remember right, I could of course be wrong though. Yeah, but it's kind of land where the bomb is, just don't bother him. Yeah, it'll do 2 attacks. Sometimes it does it one right after the other. I really don't mind most of the other attacks. It's more with the hand being so fast. Okay, I'm gonna have to throw it once it gets to 1. I don't think I even need to touch that one. make sure you don't accidentally keep holding the bomb. That was my first mistake. Okay, you just keep doing that. I seem to be horrible at timing things today. Again, it's more or less the hand I hate. It just moves so fast. That was too late. I know the hand might seem to have a simplistic pattern, seeing as it just draws a straight line straight to you, but that's precisely the problem, because whenever you jump in, if it catches you in the middle of a jump, it essentially just aims directly for where you're jumping back to. Although he may actually use his hand while he's landing. As well as when he's actually using something such as that spark attack. Which makes things very difficult. I don't think his tail is, no. Okay. Now he's doing free patterns with that fire fang. Don't mind the rest of them, it's just a hand you gotta watch out for. Just keep doing that and we won't have a problem. Yep, there you go. I almost didn't see that spark. I was too busy watching the hand. don't want to stand too close to him because of that fire. I don't think it's over yet, is it? Oh boy, I'm out of lives. Okay, and that's the end of Rescue Rangers 2. I hope everybody enjoyed it. Actually, it went a lot better than I thought it would. But that's beside the point. I hope everybody enjoyed it. That being said, I hope everybody has a good day. Hello everybody, and welcome to Arthika's Ring. I believe that's how you pronounce it. Anyway, let's start a new game. And get started. Anyway, yeah, this is pretty much a primitive dungeon running game, for lack of a better term. Essentially, there's 31 stages, I'd like to say. And your main objective is to get, of course, the ring back. But anyway, you'll be able to collect some items along the way.
Hold on, everyone. Give me 1 sec. We were supposed to... It skipped over it. It wasn't supposed to. Sorry. AC guy 1948 here. Anyway, if anyone's wondering what's going on, these are all videos of my brother playing. They're all on the channel. I'm just live streaming them, so I see people yelling out hints, and it's like this is like a 8-year-old video, 10-year-old video. I'm just letting them play out. So he does end up beating every game that you see, so there will be an ending. Sometimes some of these I think he was just like, okay, I'll do a I'll record this, and he just went off on a whim and recorded it. That's what it looked like he did on the last one, because it seemed like he didn't remember a whole lot. He knows this game a lot better because this is one we had grown up. So anyway, there you go. That's what's going on. This has been a lot of fun, and I appreciate all of you for liking, subscribing, and following. And I'm glad I was able to show my brother's videos to you, because a lot of this stuff I've uploaded has gotten like 10 views, and over 8 years it's never going to get seen. Alright, I'll let you get back to it.
Hello everybody, and welcome to Chippendale Rescue Rangers. We're going to be doing a 2-player
AC guy 1948 here. I already know I'm not going to make it very far.
Yeah, that's what they all say until they try it. Thanks a lot.
You're off to a bad start.
Oh yeah, it's totally my fault. There's the guy that's running over the cactus. Make sure you keep up. I would suggest that the one with the wall is help get that check because it's invincible.
Oh, why didn't you give it to me? Oh.
Because I only got one hit.
Oh.
Well, after my controller quits. Gee, that was strange. It's like it couldn't.
Oops.
Damn, I think we need to change the controls because it sure ain't working.
Oh,
Dub. Hey, yay.
Hold on, I gotta stop this right here, guys. I totally forgot. This was us playing 2-player. He takes it the rest of the way, but that's why the audio is so off. We were both far away from the TV playing this in 2-player. I totally forgot we did this. Oh, that's awesome. I'm so glad we did it that way. All right, okay, back to it. Sorry, I will pop that back a little bit. That's why there'll be a lot of yelling in this. I'm going to restart this. I didn't realize that. Sorry. Back to it.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Chippendale Rescue Rangers. We're going to be doing a 2-player
AC got 1948 here. I already know I'm not going to make it very far.
Yeah, that's what they all say until they try it. Thanks a lot.
You're off to a bad start.
Oh, yeah, it's totally my fault. There's the guy that's running over the cactus. Make sure you keep up. I would suggest that the one with the wall is help get that check because it's invincible.
Oh, why didn't you give it to me? Oh.
Because I only got one hit.
Oh.
Well, after my controller quits. Gee, that was strange. It's like it couldn't.
Oops.
Damn, I think we need to change the controls because it sure ain't working.
Oh,
Dub. Hey, yay.
I died as soon as I got back in.
I think we're out there to restart. You just let me deal with it. Hey, yay.
Just picked me up and took off with me.
That's right. You know why not? Okay. Because you messed me up so bad last time.
Don't throw me off.
That's an idea. I thought I would suggest that the invincible one actually pick up the other one if you're doing 2 players, so you can pretty much run.
Why didn't we do that the first time?
Because you didn't pick me up.
You were the one that got it.
It don't matter. I had what's help. Okay, I'll drop you off.
No, don't drop me off there.
Right about there. Watch the mouse.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, that things
Just off
go
the
above
number.
these. If things go above above the screen, you do either get that hit. Very funny. Dum. Make sure you pick one of them gray ones up if you can. What? Yeah, okay, there we go. Pick one of these gray ones up there. And we got one hit each. Oh boy. I would suggest having the higher one run up in front to distract most of them.
Oh. Well, I'm out of the game already, aren't
I think. Until the next continue anyway. Oh, that's right. I started out from
you're
the...
player 2.
Yeah, I know I am.
Oh. Well, I was player 2.
No, you're player 1. You got the first control.
No, both chipmunks look alright.
No, they don't. I'm about to go iron shirt on. And the other one, which way should we go? B or A?
I don't know.
Well, I meant to go to the left, but I'll okay, I guess we can deal with this. Up. Yeah, it'd be a lot easier if this one didn't keep thinking I was pressing down most of the time. Let's see, I think there's the acorn somewhere on this area. There we go. Acorns give you health. It's possible to hit most bosses twice if you aim for, if you're flying at the right time.
Oh, kind of like that there, do it on the up and down.
Yep.
There you go.
I'm not used to starting from the right. Alternatively, you can just go through Zone B, but apparently we're going through Zone C because, well, mostly because of some odd reason, which was because my controller wasn't working right.
Sure, blame it on your control.
I'm not blaming it on it because it sure doesn't.
Okay, well now I'm back.
Whenever I want to click on one direction,
For
it
how
just,
long, I don't know.
it just goes down for some odd reason.
No. Darn it! Stop it! No.
Well,
I'm
wait,
gonna ride this balloon as far as I can and hope that it doesn't pop over and get stuff.
Yeah, right.
Pitfall, I guess I should say.
Yeah.
You
Yep,
say
yep.
unkillable?
No.
2 hits.
You're going up.
Oh.
Up. Don't you dare jump.
I won't. Well, you jumped and then I jumped. Now
Oh,
we're both dead.
Why am I not getting any of the flower things?
Oh, why aren't you?
I don't know. It seems like I just keep walking through them.
Well, I'm out of the game again. Maybe
Oh,
I
good.
should get somewhere. I'm not a distraction anymore.
Yay! What? What? Ah, jeez. I told you, I was trying to jump and it acted like it was pressing down. It's a mess.
Well, let's give this one more try.
Oh boy. Go down here.
How? Oh, there we go.
I thought I just showed you how. That's how I died last time.
Well, I wasn't looking at what controls exactly you were pressing.
Oh yeah, that's a good excuse. You're supposed to know how to play the game before you play it, Cap.
There we go. Nice, we're gonna block.
Yeah, that's a very good idea.
Oh, the flowers! The flowers!
No.
Okay.
Hey, yeah.
Oh,
You're
that-
mad.
Can we go down or no?
No. Now you jump. You're closer. There we go.
Don't fall.
It ain't my fault if the controls want to act weird. Okay.
If I pop my bubble over here, no, pop! Why won't it? And then I die. What killed me?
Not a clue.
Is it because you went off screen before I was on the
I don't know. I really do wish you wanted to do things like keep flying over and over. I mean, gee, you know that makes it hard to keep up.
What's that do?
I have no idea what the those do. Yay, we're at the end of this level finally.
There's no boss?
Nope, not in this one.
Oh, thanks.
Gee, you just got in the way.
You could have turned around and thrown it the other way. You didn't have to.
I had no time. That's a good excuse.
Oh.
Okay, long D or B?
Can you really go back and do B?
Yes. I don't know why they
Is there
made
like
it.
a secret
Watch out for
ending?
the dark. Not that I know of. Watch out for the darker colored blocks. If they're about as dark as the blocks you pick up, then they're fake ones. Also watch out if you're trying going up over there because some of the blocks jump up. I'm waiting for him to catch up. There we
I'll
go.
get there eventually.
Eventually.
Slowly but surely. Ow.
Keep going. Watch out for these bear-like things. They're like Oh wait, we skipped that one. Well, that was on B I'm thinking of. Let's see here. The rugs.
Thanks.
Oh, you're getting in the way.
I am not good at this. Oh, yep, I'm out of lives again. Now you can get somewhere.
Huh? You gotta hit these switches on.
And not fall off the pit. Not fall
Oh
into the
gee,
pit.
I used to be able to do it pretty good without this controller thing. Because this one's set up pretty weird.
So it was the best we had for the emulator.
Yeah, I know. I wish we could get a normal one. Okay.
For anyone
Same
who's wondering,
way.
he's using an old Sidewinder. Is that what it is? Microsoft.
Yeah, the Microsoft stuff. Yeah.
It's like the flight joystick, but it's a controller, and it's got like a sensor in it where you can fly the plane. But if you shut it off, you can just use it as a normal control pad.
Well, sort of no, most of these keys are pretty sticky.
What do you want? It's old.
So what? I've had old controllers without any stick to them.
Oh.
Prime time, man, but apparently not. You know, this music sounds so joyful, like you're in a toy store or something. I think you are in a toy store. It sure does look like one.
Yeah, it says what it is.
Anyway, I think this is where you fight the robots. Yep. You gotta jump slightly up and hit it. You can hit it twice in a row if it's in the center of the screen.
That didn't hit it at all.
You got pretty much into the door.
Yeah, it's got one out there.
Yeah, and then it cuts down. Confetti. This better be selecting. I'm pretty sure you can still select
Which one do you want to go to F? Nope, I can't. I have
You
no
can't?
control.
Really? I thought
I
you
got no
could.
control.
Okay.
I'm out of the game.
You know, I wonder why there's so many throwing stones.
Balls.
Oh, gee, why are there so many?
I don't know. It's a game.
Oh, that's a good reason. Oh, that's part. We gotta wait for them to expand, and you better not take any of those blocks down on the bottom, because if you are going to fall, you better make sure there's one of them to land on. That sound would get a bit annoying, wouldn't it, Captain?
Yeah, it sure would.
I just wasn't it. There we go. That was the last part of this level. Usually the top middle one is the one up.
Wasn't that time?
It's normally usually the top center, the bottom center, but usually one of them's the one up. Oh gee, this is a casino, ain't it?
Gambling in a kid's game? Never.
Never. No way. No such thing. This must be a remake or something. I don't think those circle things actually hurt you. They just sort of push you off.
Let's not find out.
Oh gee, I wasn't planning on it. Yeah. Yeah, I would suggest making sure you get one of these gray blocks. If there are any gray blocks, I would suggest you get one immediately, because then you can have one constantly. Probably the most useful thing you can pick up in the game. Next to acorn.
Acorns and one up and
Yeah, pretty much.
the fairy. Invincibility.
That's Zip, the fly. It ain't a fairy.
Oh, it's not a fairy?
I don't think it's a fairy.
Oh, okay.
I was
I
against
don't know. I haven't seen
flower
Chip and Dale in years.
Yeah, I
Even
know.
though I did see it, I didn't see a whole lot of it.
We didn't even see the Rescue Rangers version. It was more of just Chip and Dale overall. Okay. That might be a bit of a problem. Oh, yeah,
Oh,
really
you gotta
should need
build up
one.
a-
There we go. Anyway, we need to sort of mix stairs. Then again, I probably should just get the... There we go.
Yeah, that'd be useful.
No.
Well, let's hope not.
It
Oh,
looks like
the world
this
wouldn't
could
help
topple,
me.
don't it? It looks like that could topple, don't it?
Oh,
Oh,
they
it's
start
fine.
you right off
Like,
where you get hit.
I didn't even move.
Just spawn into a hit. It's a trap.
There's a lot of games that do that. Faxandu is probably the most annoying one of them. One more hit, I'll do it.
Oh, yeah.
There we go, that was close.
Go for the one up.
Oh,
There
gee,
you
that's
go. Ah, there it is.
Wait a minute, there's only one of them. Thanks, guys.
I didn't feel like writing it two different ways. Whether it was...
They better recheck their script next time they make a remake or something like this. Okay, Zone H. I think this is the story, yeah? I really don't like the crabs. They just sort of shoot free bubbles and those go down, and there's really no way of dodging them once they drop. Not quite sure how you get that set of flower coins.
I'd almost say you one of those great things.
Yeah, I know, but
Seeing
as
if you
far
can get.
as I know, you can't gain something great things in this level. I would suggest, gee, that.
Either one up now. Yeah, hit. Just keep
Oh, gee, one hit versus one and one up ain't exactly too bad a deal. Okay, drops. Okay. Hopefully I can get through this without dying again. And again and again. You get the point. Sometimes the crabs only...
How do you know how many lives you have left? Do you know?
I think it's in the pause screen. I think I have something like 4 left.
Oh.
It's either the pause screen or you count by 2 minus as many as you lost and add as many as you gained.
Oh, just keep track.
Yes.
Well, I wasn't keeping track.
Well, who said I was?
Oh, you haven't guessed yet 4.
Oh, gee, that's just a guess. I didn't say a guess.
Oh, let's find out. What?
Huh? At the last level, maybe. That's a great thing.
Yeah, it is good.
Unfortunately,
You can't go back, so you can't get all those.
well, I wasn't too worried about
Well,
falling.
you don't get to keep it very long. This would only make 2-player even more confusing.
Yeah,
Which one am I?
What happened there?
I didn't even touch it, I don't think. That one did.
That one did. It's a good thing Fat Cat has plenty of blocks lying around.
Blocks that are chipmunk size.
It happened again!
Points to be had there. Alright. They're generous with the points in this level, aren't they?
If they can get to them, yeah.
Try for that one out.
And I think you don't know which one it is.
You said it's normally that top middle one.
Normally.
I'm going for that.
Don't I? Oh yes, the fans. There's also beetles in this level, like hiding usually coffee mugs. And storks that'll spit things back at you. The storks won't actually hurt you, but... Or maybe those things are pelicans. Are they?
Oh, yeah, a big mouth will take those.
Okay. Well, whichever one they are. It's a big bird. Anyway, that normally
The
there's...
big bird's yellow.
I wasn't talking about big bird. I was talking about pelican big bird. So what? He goes to brown and yellow and such. Well, light brown. Close enough.
It goes brown.
Well, gee, they are when they're young.
Oh, you mean the pelicans change color.
No, I'm talking about eagles.
How did we get on the eagles?
Because we were talking about big birds. And you were talking about the big yellow bird. So you know that makes sense.
Okay.
He doesn't get it, do you?
I get it. I just didn't see how we got from one thing to another.
Well, gee, you're the one who brought it up. Another piece of cheese, and I believe this level continues. Yep.
You know, that's a really big mouse, really big rat. You know, it's larger than the chipmunk is.
Chipmunks aren't that big.
Yeah, still, that's big.
Okay, another invincibility. Why do you need so many paperweights?
Paperweights?
That's what those things are, right?
No.
Oh, those are
scales.
I meant scales. Why do I keep saying the wrong thing when I'm thinking something else?
Concentrate.
Oh yeah, that's a word for it. Now this thing usually splits apart every time you hit it.
He's got nowhere to stand.
Yeah, you just hope that you don't get hit because this one is pretty randomized if it hits from off the center.
What's the same time?
Well, it might be trouble.
See, I knew it.
Oh, great. Cam, why are you with us again?
Because I died.
Oh, yeah.
Because I'm not good at this game.
The conveyor.
Oh yeah, that health thing is really gonna help you.
Oh, gee. Probably one of them if it was at the end of it instead of the beginning. Yeah, you gotta pretty much time this correct. There we go.
Kind of messes with you, doesn't it?
I know, I don't
This
like
way,
the
when it's
belt.
moving that way, and you gotta switch controls.
Yeah.
What button is this? And then this one has you go on the left. Just to throw everything off.
Yeah, but the worst part of this level is the hat guys. Odd Job. That's the name of that guy off James Bond who used the pass, ain't it?
Yeah. It's a version of Odd Job.
Yeah, very much. You got. I don't know if I'll be able to do this with these controls, but you have to pretty much time this. Yeah, I don't know because it seems like I seem to be sitting whenever I try to move into the left. You gotta pretty much time when you jump exactly right, otherwise you're gonna get hit. That's why I don't like Odd Jobs. Leave, hey. Or you guess? Yeah, I know. You know that iron hat that skimmed at people. Hey, what's wrong now? I'm blowing up.
Don't do that.
Yeah, you want to make sure these switches are up. Okay, yeah, well, I don't like this part. You gotta pretty much throw it and then keep going forward and hope. There we go. Right, yeah. Hopefully I can get to the boss without dying. I say that laughingly because, well, of the Odd Job. I mean, seriously, look at them odd. Oh, there we go. Those hats have the odd.
Oh, you got one
weird.
up.
Okay, this guy gave me a lot of problems last.
He's played this before. Nobody can guess that.
The way it's the guards.
Oh no.
The way it's the guard is pretty much completely random, so you gotta keep moving and hope you don't get hit.
See, it just kind of flies out and stops all of a sudden.
There we go!
There you
Yay! And that is the end of the game. I hope that is. I don't think there's anything extra. Well,
Alright, you have to press A, or is that it?
I think that's it. Right, gang? I said right.
Yeah.
There we go. You did all the work. Boy, I thought Chip was the one who usually did most of it. I'm pretty sure Chip's the guy with the detective hat, ain't it?
You acted like you knew which one was which.
Well, Dale's the guy with the Hawaiian shirt. Well, red shirt. I don't know if they put the Hawaiian one, but close enough.
Alright.
Okay, well, I hope you enjoyed this episode.
See you in the next video.
Bye.
Hello everybody and welcome to Arspica's Ring. I believe that's how you pronounce it. Anyway, let's start a new game. And get started. Anyway, yeah, this is pretty much a primitive dungeon running game, for lack of a better term. Essentially, there's 31 stages, I'd like to say. And your main objective is to get, of course, the ring back. But anyway, you'll be able to collect some items along the way, including the spear, which essentially destroys things on the ground that don't have a skull, some sort of cross that... Or, well, actually it looks more like a mace that you can use to actually kill things that do have a skull. Probably the best is the fire rod. Main reason why I say that is because of the fact that it makes it so your projectiles attack through walls, which is extremely helpful. I will say it's unfortunate I keep getting the spears and not the scepters. Oh well, I'm sure that'll change. Anyway, you see that health meter right down there? Yeah, you got 5 hearts. Please note that some enemies can take more than one, so be very careful about that. Probably one of the biggest nuisances of this game is the fact that whenever you turn, you actually take a step forward when you're turning, which can make it a bit difficult to angle it so that you don't get hit by enemies, especially in hallways. If it isn't already painfully obvious, you have a pretty limited range, about a quarter of the screen. Please note that those things that bounce around actually do touch the actual boundaries of the level rather than just the screen. Anyway, as long as you're careful, you should be able to make it to the 5th level without getting killed once. Just be very careful about these bats. Boy, it's really strange how those ones move. Essentially, they move side to side if you're to their side, but as soon as you're within their range, when they're going side to side and you get below them, they'll change their direction and they'll start swooping up and down. Again, it's a bit tricky to time your attacks because of the way the movement is set up. Because you take a step forward every time you turn, which is a bit of a problem. I would highly recommend grabbing as many pots as you can, because you will be wanting upgrades, which are given to you by them. I'm calling them pots, they might be bags. Anyway, after you get the key, you can actually open the doors to each level, and please note that the staircases seem to be pretty random for the most part, especially when it comes to the last level. Right here, there's a destroyable wall. Maybe it's this one. Right to the left of that thing. Pendant. I can't say I know what that is for. Anyway, yeah, essentially you'll be wanting to, again, make sure you time things properly, because you can't just turn. You have to take a step while you're turning. Yeah, that's a constant problem in this game. Alright, that should be enough to get a key. There we go. Some levels are pretty short, others are a bit longer. You see these skulls? Yeah, they're essentially the pink skeletons of Castlevania of this game. There are also a zombie variant that comes a bit later. I would highly recommend going around and taking out the enemies for the items. Just gotta time it properly. You can also get extra space for your inventory from getting some drops, which I haven't actually gotten anything useful that I'm aware of. Again, I'm not sure what the pendant does, seeing as I'm pretty sure the entire thing's random. Ah, armor, good. Yeah, essentially pieces of armor act as a secondary health meter. You don't actually get additional hearts like Zelda, you just get new pieces of armor. Which, yes, healing your health will also heal your armor. I don't know, maybe there's some sort of strange repair potion. Anyway, what is this, level 9? 9. I'm doing pretty well, I think. There's 31 levels, I believe. Really, none of them are that difficult, except for the last one. Or, well, second to last one. And that's because the ninjas love just chasing you around. Okay, just enter here. I am a bit concerned that I don't have additional inventory space right at the moment, but well, hopefully it isn't much of a problem, hopefully. Again, those things swerve, so be very careful about that. They swerve depending on your location to them. Which, as they get on you, they can be a real big problem. Although you get scored for walking for some reason. I'm not gonna lie, that's a pretty odd mechanic. Anyway... that should be enough for the key. Ah, there we go, extra inventory space. Not what I meant to do, but and next armor piece. Well, actually, yeah, I guess it is a good thing I did that, because I'm pretty sure you can't kill those skull things without an item. I will say I'm a bit concerned that I don't have any sort of fire scepters. Because let me tell you, those things are extremely useful. Their red potion heals health. And another piece of armor, that's good. Yeah, I better use that. There we go. I got 10 hits. Yeah, you better time this properly or these things are gonna kill you. Thankfully they don't actually turn, so there's no real threat from them then, but... hopefully I get some fire scepters, because really that's one of the main items I'll be wanting for the second to last level. Preferably the last 3, but... yeah, sometimes the items will be health, and sometimes they'll be actual items, sometimes they'll be power-ups. Sometimes they'll be 1-ups. Yeah, there's a lot of variety for items you get in this game. Yeah, walls are probably the worst thing in this game, though. I mean, seriously, they got a bad tendency of just being in the way constantly. This is made painfully apparent when you run into ninjas. I'm not too concerned about things like that. There we go. May as well heal. Speaking of which, I'm pretty sure those things only work once, so be very careful when you use it. Let's see here. Yeah, be very careful about these things that are swerving all over the place. They got a bad tendency of just being anywhere you're at. Anyway, for these types of enemies right here, your best bet is to wait until they're turning around, then just run in and actually what? Wow, I would say have a fire scepter, but I don't have one, so I'm gonna have to just take this one down fast. If you got a fire scepter, good for you. You can take that thing out from the sides, but you can't do that if you don't have one, because you'll be constantly moving to the middle. Because again, you take a step any time you turn. Anyway, please note you need at least 2 HP to actually move through that hole. I can honestly say I don't know what that thing is either. Anyway, look for the strangely shaped trees, the ones that look like that. And you should be able to destroy them by running into them. Please note that for the last one you will need a key. I do not have any fire scepters. I am very concerned about that. Okay, just make your way around. And what level are we up to now? 18. Okay, just ignore the zombies and just go directly for these blobs. Should have waited. Oh well. Grab the key. And hit in. Alright. I'm pretty sure we can actually destroy these coffins after we get a key. That's a very strange thing to say. You actually need a key to destroy a coffin. Random. Anyway. Yeah, you need to go around and get that key after you clear out this area. Yeah, I see it up here, but yeah. Well, looks like we need to go around then. A long way. And let's get this item. I'm sure this thing will be dropping. Yay, a fire scepter. I'll be needing to save that for something important. Boy, these things remind me of those skulls off of Legend of Zelda 2. Only difference is they bounce on the boundaries rather than the screen. Okay, looks like that's that. Yeah, lots of bats and swerving things. But really, this vampire isn't too bad. You just gotta make sure to get rid of the bats first. Honestly, I don't even know that it hit me. Honestly, I couldn't tell. Anyway, let's see if that coffin has anything. Probably not. No? Okay. Pretty sure there's a heal spot coming up. Pretty sure bats appear if you choose the wrong one, yep. Honestly, I think it's random. There we go. 23. Boy, I'm averaging less than a level per minute. Anyway. Yeah, just wait for them to throw their projectiles before proceeding. And boy, that one had some weird movements for its attack. Yeah, let's see here. Pretty sure it should be up here, shouldn't it? Alright, that's where the door is. Of course, it'd be where the door is. Okay, well, just travel around then. I wasn't even paying attention to that. Alright, there we go. If you got a fire scepter, that would be pretty useful right about now, but if you don't, it's fine. You just gotta watch out for the ninjas and just run into the doorways whenever they appear. There's a fire scepter. Okay. Could be a ninja that appears every time he gets it wrong. Again, I'm pretty sure it's random, because I'm pretty sure it was to the left last time. Oh dear. If you got a fire scepter, just use it and hopefully you'll get one of these things and put these things to sleep. There we go. I really wouldn't recommend using a music box unless, at least that's what I'm calling one of those things, unless there's just a whole bunch of ninjas coming at you. Anyway, go around and destroy that one, and now we gotta deal with this, what would you call that, chimera? I'd like to say chimera. I really would highly recommend just that sidestepping the thing and just doing this strategy. Okay, there we go. Get the key, open the door, and 4 more levels. Oh yes, the ninjas. Yeah, unfortunately there's really no good way to actually kill these without actually running into them because of the way they're positioned. Because again, you take a step every time you turn. Yeah, same deal with these things, just treat them like chimeras. Okay, I still got 2 scepters. It probably would help if I got rid of some of these other items. Well, 2 music boxes, can't complain. Yeah, what's your... Yeah, I better use one. Music boxes are going to be more useful for the last part, although I will say it'll make it much easier if you have a fire rod to actually kill the vast numbers of enemies. Yeah, another thing I should mention about this game is whenever you hear that sound, whenever your health goes down all the way, you do have a brief moment you can actually pause and use a potion before it actually kills you. Let's see here, 2 fire rods, a red potion, and 3 music boxes. Ah, boy. 29. Okay. Right here, there's a healing area in this level. You can just barely outrun them. Oh great, it got used. That's unfortunate. Oh well, at least I got 4 lives left. Thankfully, whenever you start back with an extra life, none of the other enemies come back. So that's always a nice thing. There we go. Let's see, our 2 music boxes and 2 fire rods. I should also mention that whenever you use a fire rod, it's still active during the entire screen, even if you do die. Go. Let's activate that. Thankfully, you can get some ninjas stuck. So they keep jumping on walls, but don't count on that all the way. Oh, why couldn't you be the one that got stuck there? Okay, there we go. Please note that this last area is entirely random as to where the staircase is. And unfortunately, whenever you get one wrong, they actually spawn in a black ninja. Hopefully you can get them trapped so they keep running into the walls like I said. Sometimes they'll just keep dropping music boxes and you'll be able to just put them to sleep whenever they appear, but that doesn't make this much easier. Oh well. At least the staircases don't reset if you die here. Unless you have to use a continue. Boy, they give me fire rods at the end of the game where I don't really need them. Well, it must be one of these ones up here then. Again, it's entirely random. There we go. And 31. Yeah, I'd highly recommend using a fire scepter here. And just trying to attack this guy from range. And hopefully avoid his lightning attacks. Try not to get too close to him. Come to think of it, maybe that's what those items at the bottom do, deflect magic. Because I don't seem to be taking any damage. Okay, grab the ring, grab the key, open up the door, heal if necessary. I don't think I need to. And go out, grab the key. I should mention that there is technically a post-game to this if you continue after resetting the game, but I won't be doing that, mostly because this game's gonna glitch soon. Anyway, yeah, that was a Ring of Arskia, I believe. And I'm gonna end this episode here. That being said, I hope everybody enjoyed it, so everybody have a good day. Because of the fact that, unfortunately, red potions should cost around 1,000 gold, so I better get, let's say 6,000 to be safe. That shouldn't take more than maybe 3 minutes. Okay, well, now I got the black onyx as well as, let's see here, I just need to show that to that guy, get the ace key, and make sure I have at least 2 king's keys. Yeah, I think that's about all I need to do. I should mention that if you ever do run out of gold and you do have a good enough rank, it'd probably be better to actually let yourself die so you actually get the default gold for your particular rank. That's just going to be an overall better decision. Anyway, let's see here. We need to get 2 king's keys. It should be 3,000, and I'm probably just going to fill up the rest with red potions. I can't think of anywhere you do need a queen key. Other than that one, and the Tower of Suffer, which, as I'm sure I mentioned, gives you a pendant that actually decreases your attack power. So, I really am not sure. Oh, it's only 800. Must be the next town I'm thinking of that says 1,000. Let's check the space I have. Yeah, I think I can only carry one more thing, so I better leave that for the ace key. Okay, restore that. I know there's Squidman to the right, but... Anyway, I'm going to end this episode here. That being said, I hope everyone's enjoying this series, so everybody have a good day. Hello again, everybody, and welcome back to Faxandu, and this is part 2. Which may potentially be the last part, because, really, aside from grinding, this game isn't that overly long. But that's beside the point. After you get the black onyx from that, well, arm guy, I guess. Just go back the way you came after you resupplied. Making sure you have at least one king key. I would highly recommend just buying all your king keys in this town before proceeding. Let's see here, we actually have to go right. That one's the dead end. Watch out for the bees. The old Mr. Tambourine Man. I hate those things. Anyway, if you have the black onyx, when you speak to this guy, he should give you a ace key as long as you have enough room for it. Oh yeah, that's right, in building, you can't do that. I really don't like how that is. Okay, open this one. Make sure you have a king's key. And at least one of them. Again, I'd recommend buying 2 of them. But anyway, yeah, here's where we're going to be doing most of the grinding for this part, right here. Really isn't going to be that difficult. All you really got to do is stab in front of you to actually beat these things. They can't really do anything else other than run at you because of the ceiling there. Let's see here, we'll be wanting, oh, let's see, I'd like to say at least 20,000. Yeah, that sounds like a nice round number because, let's see here, I know Telltale's, which is a spell you'll probably be wanting for the Dwarf King fight, is at least 13,000, and the Giant Blade is at least 6,500, so I'm gonna say 20,000. Not to mention you'll be needing to buy keys, which you can't get in this next town, but you can get in the town after that. So I'm gonna say around 20,000, possibly a bit more. You'll be getting around 300 for beating these 2 guys, more or less. 14,000 to go. This really won't take more than maybe 10 minutes. The way this is going. So I'll probably be moving around, the 15-minute mark. I really don't know what else to say other than that. Yeah, this is pretty easy gold. Yeah, as long as you keep the strategy and they don't actually hit you, don't bother healing because there's gonna be a lot of things that give you food in these next parts. I mean, let's see here. It takes approximately 2 parts to the room to the right, I believe, has another one of these things, and the one just above that is one of those eyeball things from the mist area, so it really shouldn't be too much of a problem to get your HP back killing those things. $10,000 more. If you still have any elixir, try to use a red potion before you run out of HP, because seriously, having an elixir really does help for the boss fights. I mean, if I remember correctly, the last boss fight is pretty anticlimactic, but the fight against the Dwarf King, now that one is difficult. Let's see here, 12,000. I'm also trying to conserve MP for later because really, as long as you don't use MP, you really don't need to restore anything in town. Okay. 6,000 left. So if my calculations are correct, about 20 more times. know what else to say other than I'll be doing this a while. Okay, made the 12-minute mark then. I expected this to take a bit longer, but the way this is going, it doesn't look like it. Okay, one more set and I should be able to get 20,000 relatively easily after that. Oh yeah, that's right, the eyeball thing. Yeah, that isn't right too much of a problem, just make sure you don't touch it. I think you can outrun that one, there we go. Anyway, just kill this thing for food. Do this as many times as you need to. And now just go up. Let's see here. Now if you have enough HP and MP, as well as maybe a red potion or two, just go to the left. Make sure you have at least 2 king keys before doing this, because you can't buy any more in this particular area without backtracking all the way back to the last town. And go through this area. You'll have to deal with another one of those things. Same strategy. I'm aware I could probably do this quicker if I bought the giant blade first, but I don't think it's going to be too important. Yeah, so long as you're careful, you shouldn't have any problem dealing with this thing. There you go, get the battle helmet. Watch that thing, because they like jumping. Try to get that thing cornered so you can stab it a whole bunch. And recover your HP over here that way. Okay. I think I got enough for this. Okay, go to the left. Ah, yes, that very annoying poison appears there. Try to gain at least a quarter of your health bar before touching that. Okay, go off to the right. Let's see, I don't actually need to do that, so go into here and buy the giant blade. $8,500. Boy, I think it was more than I thought it was. Well, I should be able to save up enough for the Telltale spell. But anyway, after that, make sure you equip the thing. Please note you can't actually go right in this town for some reason. As long as you have one king key, I should. Yep, there it is. You should be able to continue on your way up here. Just use the key. And go off to the right. It doesn't matter whether or not you do fall, so don't worry too much if you do fall. You can still get back to a place where you can get keyed, just so long as you don't die. Again, these things aren't a problem as long as they're stuck in a hallway. Just stand there and attack. Let's see here. We need to go down this one. Anyway, kill that. Go up. And now you can get a magic rod, which I believe increases your magic damage by 50%, as well as regain your HP using these spiky things. I don't know what else to call them, so I call them spiky things. I'm sure they have a name, I'm just not really too concerned about that. Go off to the right and deal with yet another one of these arm things. Should be fairly simple as long as you just follow the strategy, and should be easier with the giant blade. Really, it looks more like a spear than anything, but I digress. Boy, it's raining pretty heavily out there. Anyway, after that, get the battle suit. Please note you can't actually equip these battle equipment until you get the Dragon Slayer. Okay, just go up. If you hit up just at the right point, you can actually get into a standing position and potentially attack that skeleton as it runs up to you. Hopefully it's positioned so that you're to the right. I don't know why it was positioned to the left earlier, but if that happens, just go back down and hope you go to the right. I hate those things. They have a bad tendency of blocking ladder areas. Anyway, just stand here and kill these things. Actually do this a few times. Let's see here, I believe red potions are actually 1,200 for this next town. And I'm not entirely sure how much king keys are, but I know I need to get at least one more of them, so let's save up a bit. What's your Tilte is at least 13,000 at least. Honestly, I should be overestimating instead of underestimating. I'm going to get, let's say 19,000. Okay. That thing drops over there, so deal with that and climb up. Anyway, try to lure this thing over to the right, and hopefully it won't jump up on the ledge until after you're ready. Okay, let's see what we need to do here. We need to get Tilty first, so... $15,000 and 11,000 for the giant void if you haven't already gotten it. Jeez. Okay, buy that. As soon as your gold runs out, seriously, it goes down fast. Buy at least one red potion. I'd highly recommend having at least 3 red potions and all. Because let me tell you, in the later stages, they run out fast. King key. I can honestly say I haven't seen any queen keys. Honestly, I'm wondering whether or not should buy one. I can't say I remember any queen keys actually being needed. Make sure you buy at least 2 of them, because I know you need 1 to get through so you can talk to the guy, as well as making sure you have the battle suit and battle helmet, which is under the shield option for some odd reason. Please note you will be needing both the battle suit and battle helmet to actually get the ring you need. So make sure you have them. I should not have turned around to face that thing. Okay, let's climb down. Hate the skeletons, they have a bad tendency of just being there. Anyway, get help from these spiky fangs again. One more. As long as you just stand still for that one, that shouldn't be a problem. Okay, equip the king key. Again, make sure you have 2 of them before you get too far, because you will be needing to go through it again. Get HP from these 2 flying things real quick. I'd like to have at least half before moving on. Jump down, deal with this octopus. Let's see here. Red potions. Yeah, I think I'll be getting another red potion soon enough. This guy. Please note you will be needing both the battle suit and battle helmet to actually get this ring, as far as I'm aware. Otherwise they'll just act as a normal church. And he hands you the Ring of Dwarf. It's actually going to be cheaper to actually buy a red potion here. Also, I would highly recommend having a wing boots for the last part of this game, because seriously, without them, you're going to have to deal with a bunch of guessing, and let's just say it's a very difficult thing to get through the last pallets when you're going through every which way, and there's a lot of things that can kill you very quickly. Especially this one enemy that likes to use phantoms, as they call them, to try surrounding you. Why do I call them phantoms? I don't know. Their sound is kind of like those very annoying ghosting goblins. That's the only way I can describe them. Anyway, switch over to the king key, open this door. I hate that. You gotta jump for that one. Okay, well, an ointment. That's not bad. Again, projectiles still affect you even if you do have an ointment. Unfortunately, that doesn't show you how much more time you have for the ointment. I should also mention that there is a glove in this game that serves as a temporary power-up for your attack, but it really doesn't appear in any useful places as far as I know. Again, much like before, just use this to get HP back. Okay, head up. As long as you can exit from the left, directly of the left of that ladder, you shouldn't be taking any damage from the skeleton. And I ran right into that guy. Again, try lowering this thing to the right. Hopefully it won't be jumping all over the place when you come down. Anyway, let's see here. Restore all your HP, seriously, spare no expense because you most certainly do need all the HP you can. And I'll just buy one more King's Key just in case something happens. I can honestly say I don't remember seeing any Queen's Keys here. Anything that needs a Queen's Key. Anyway, let's buy another red potion. I'm sure I'll use one pretty much halfway through the next area anyway. You know, it's really nice when the game starts lagging because of all the enemies on screen. Anyway, getting to this area shouldn't be too much of a problem, seeing as the only real issue would be the first screen, and that's only because of that skeleton right on the upper left-hand corner of the screen wanting to drop in on you. Anyway, make sure you have full HP. I cannot stress this enough because this next area is a very difficult to deal with area. Enter. Please note you won't be able to enter without having the ring, as I mentioned earlier. Anyway, jump over to the left-hand area. Please note that very annoying dwarf is going to actually be able to hit you on your way back up, which is a very big annoyance. You might be able to drop off just enough. I don't know, it is possible to do that without getting hit by one of those. It's very, very difficult. Anyway, let's see here, we need to go right. So over to the right. Watch the bowl down there. And just head over to the right. Yeah, that thing down there is poison, so try avoiding jumping down there. Also, try avoiding going to the lower left corner of the screen in general, so don't go into the lower right of that last area, otherwise you're probably gonna run into it. Deal with one of these stupid pinecone things that likes just being all over you. Yeah. Okay, after dealing with the bowl, hopefully you can make this thing actually fall off somewhere. If not, hopefully you're quick enough to actually get over here and jump and attack. Otherwise they'll just be doing that and you won't be able to do that safely. Just stand there and hit the thing. Make sure you're pointed towards them so they don't get a free hit by the time they end moving. I was going to get more HP, but apparently this one doesn't have a ladder down there. This next area isn't that overly complicated. You do need to do a few things, as well as deal with those very annoying phantoms I'm sure I talked about earlier. What makes that thing difficult is because it gets stuck on those those areas above the ladder. It's probably gonna hit you a few times. Honestly, I don't think a no damage playthrough of this game is possible because of the fact some doors you are required to go in are actually positions so an enemy can hit you directly after exiting. Anyway, regain your HP using this octopus. And try to save your MP. I cannot stress this enough because Telty, which is the spell that is the most effective against the Dwarf King we are going to deal with, is most certainly going to be one of the most draining of the attacks. Okay, watch out for those stupid phantoms. They have a bad tendency of following you. Hopefully you can avoid the poison and get in through here. Switch over to Telty. Make sure you're not stuck on the door. You should just be able to stand there and take the hits as long as you have the magic shield. Again, it's very draining. As you can see, I'm out of MP. Okay. That could have been a whoops. Okay, there we go. Try to keep a set of wing boots on you because the last level really is much easier with them. And after that, we actually have to go down this ladder. I was gonna say, I was gonna hope I grabbed that thing. Boy, that would have been a whoops. Anyway, the helmet, for whatever reason, is considered a shield for the purposes of the rest of the game, so you won't be able to equip the shield and the helmet at once. Anyway, go over and talk to the guru here. And he gives you the demon's ring. Okay, and you're going to have to run across and jump over to the upper left. I really wouldn't recommend using the wing boots because, really, they're just not worth it. It's just not worth it. Anyway, with Dragon Slayer, your attack's going to be much more effective. Anyway, on the way back up, you will have to take a few hits from the Dwarven Knight. So hopefully you have enough HP for that. Well, that is if you're going back to town. Come to think of it, I still have an elixir, so actually I think I might be able to deal with this thing without going back to town. You might be able to get to that standing position, turning yourself and jumping and attacking that. Oh, that's nice. And I am out of MP, so that's unfortunate. And this leads to the last area. I honestly do not remember which way we need to go, but I know the left area has a door to the upper left-hand corner. Nope. I didn't think that was a continuous loop. Okay. You know, those eyeballs would be more dangerous if they actually teleported. Again, I'm not entirely sure. I know the wing boots really do help for actually getting to that particular area, and just not entirely sure where exactly that area is. back out where I was. Okay, fine. Well, this may be a bit more difficult than I thought. Oh, that's a nice start. Well, let's head off over to the right then. Well, maybe it's over here. I'm going to hope it is. There it is. There we go. There we go. Okay, just enter this one and confront, oh yeah, that's right, I do have the ointment, don't I? Okay, just pound this thing then. And that is the end of the game. I totally forgot I grabbed the ointment beforehand. What, right to a sky. Yeah, that's one way to put it. And as you can see, apparently there's a waterfall there now, and there's lots of water, and you walk away from the castle, and yeah, actually you're better off than when you started. Roll credits, I guess? I don't know, it might actually just keep going like this. You know, I'll just go for another, till about 49, yeah, let's say that. But, yeah, that was Faxandu, which was a pretty good, well-made game. I mean, granted, oh, wow, there it goes, but, yeah, it did have its problems, but let me tell you, it was a fairly good, well-made game. It's unfortunate that I haven't really seen too many other games like this, but, well, that's beside the point. Anyway, I'm going to end this episode here. That being said, I hope everyone enjoyed this, so everybody have a good day. Hello everybody, and welcome to Red Code, which is a game by Great. I think that's how you pronounce it. Anyway, yeah, I'll just let the intro play. Yeah, this is going to be an endurance run. I'll see how far I can get. Furthest I remember ever getting is level 16, but that was a very long time ago, and it was still very, very difficult. If I remember correctly, it takes some very precise management of points to actually get that far, because seriously, after you get past level 11 especially, it starts getting extremely difficult. Anyway, I would highly suggest trying to stay as close to the front as possible, using grenades to weaken the bigger enemies. And hopefully you can just sort of stay near the front. generally have better accuracy and power when you're staying down, so if you can, try staying down before using your weapons. Anyway, you cannot actually switch your weapon in the upgrade menu. That's very, very important. Seeing as that sometimes it automatically switches you over to the upgrade menu after you get enough points. I really wouldn't advise worrying too much about these, things. I mean, seriously, the only time you're really going to get pushed back far enough to worry about is when they start introducing the rolling ones, and let me tell you, those things can be extremely annoying. The first 5 levels are extremely quick, but it gets much tougher and longer after a while. Grenades will actually weaken things that are off screen. Now then, be very careful about these rolling things. If you do jump up, they actually jump up after you, which can be extremely painful. Especially when you can't actually outmaneuver them. Ah yes, these centipedes. These things you're going to find are going to be extremely dangerous due to the fact they have a lot of health, and you essentially need your grenades to take it out. Anyway, if you do destroy those big slug things, they will turn into a bunch of flies. Which, actually, it's a good idea to keep those slugs alive for a while, so you can just sort of get a whole bunch of points off them. I just sort of killed it immediately, though. Anyway, there are actually 2 health bars in this game. First one is your health, which is this character right here, and the second is your ship's health. If the enemies do reach the right side of the area, your ship actually takes damage and will not actually regenerate, which I will say is a bit of an annoyance, seeing as soon as your ship runs out of health, everything actually comes and falls you, which I'm going to guarantee you that's not a good thing, seeing as there are many of these things. I mean, if you look at the bottom of the screen, you'll see all these red blotches appear, and those are your enemies. And, well, there can be tons of them. I mean, seriously, the area can be pretty much entirely filled with red. And all of them coming at you with those rolling things is just not a good thing. Anyway, if you do get pushed back enough that you actually have to use it, which personally I don't try to use this, you can actually use the Vulcan. This thing is a very powerful weapon. Unfortunately, it drains way too quickly to be really viable if you're trying to stay in the front. If you do angle it correctly, the Vulcan can actually hit things in the front, but its attack really just drains way too quickly to be usable for most of it. Your grenade is going to be an extremely important weapon, seeing as there's going to be things your rifle just can't handle itself. Anyway, the grenades, as far as I know, don't actually increase in power. They just increase in how much it regenerates over time. This being said, the higher the level of your grenade is, the more you can use it. I don't know if it actually increases power. Anyway, that little gun there actually slows enemies down slightly when it's actually firing on them, so upgrading that is not really a bad idea. Which I'll do as soon as I get enough time, seeing as things continue even when you're upgrading. Which I guess there is a pause button somewhere, but I'll just wait until I can use it. Yeah, these slugs deal the most damage, followed by the centipedes. Followed by those rolling things, which I'm going to guarantee you, those rolling things are a very big nuisance. Yeah, always aim for behind what is coming at you. Seriously, you'll probably want to weaken whatever is slower rather than what is coming at you. Because generally the slower things have more health. Okay, one more centipede. And a few of them slugs. Or, well, I should say snails. Slugs don't have shells, do they? Okay. 1 point, of course. Yeah, but at level 11, these centipedes start getting very, very big. The main reason why that's a problem is because the only safe spot is the entrance to your ship until level 11, where these centipedes start getting too big for you to really defend against. I wish these guys would get here. I really don't know what the last level of this game's supposed to be. I seriously doubt I'll make it to the end of the game, though. Anyway, your actual health does actually regenerate. It's just the ship's health doesn't regenerate. And boy, that's a lot. Okay. Assuming they go back there, that, well, gun will be very useful. Again, always aim for behind, because seriously, the things in front you can just deal with your laser gun, and the things behind usually have more health. Yep, there we go, a constant stream of attacks. If I haven't already mentioned that this well gun actually slows down enemies slightly. But yeah, those centipedes are probably the biggest nuisance in the game, seeing as they got a ton of health. I don't think anything's actually hit my ship yet, has it? Okay, just barely. Yeah, things are going to get much tougher from here on in, though. Yeah, burst is probably the best overall weapon because seriously, shotgun mode is just way too slow to reload. Although it is still very viable for actual overall attack. Okay, doing so pretty well so far. Again, I haven't run into the really big centipedes yet, which should be coming up in this level. Took a bit of damage there. Nothing too big though. Yeah. There we go. more centipede, and a whole bunch of slugs. Again, you can keep the slugs alive to kill the flies to get more points, which since the flies do give free each, that can be very, very useful. I think I'll save up for a grenade. Alright. There we go, should be replenishing much faster. Which is good, seeing as these enemies are going to have much more health. Yeah, I really don't know what level I'll get to, but I'm doing pretty well so far. Not too worried about the flies. Flies deal the least amount of damage. So dealing with them last is probably the best overall option. Okay, I should be able to get a upgrade for the rifle pretty soon. I mean, unless there's bunches of flies like that, I'm really not too worried about it. It's a good thing those things bounce just before they reach your location, though. I mean, seriously, you got a chance to walk under them, which is pretty helpful. Keep aiming too low. There we go. Would be better if the thing actually worked all the time. Okay. Again, not too worried about the flies. Seeing that they have the least amount of health. now the flies are giving 4 points. Well, that isn't bad. Should be able to get another upgrade. Question is, do I want to keep upgrading the grenade or the rifle? Seeing as the ship's gun isn't really being used all too much. I think I can live with that. 300 more, huh? Anyway, I really don't know if all monsters actually deal different amounts of damage. I know it does for the ship, I don't think it does for the actual person though. Still not doing too bad. Okay, next time it's going to be the rifle. Okay, so I need 1,000. Alright, that shouldn't be too much longer then. 300. 317. Yep, things are starting to get much bigger, aren't they? Oh, yes they are. Yeah, these rolling ones are going to be a nuisance, aren't they? And not too worried about that big one. There's centipedes I got worried about. I'll get the big flying ones if I can, but the centipedes are probably going to be much more problematic. You know, it's like everything on this planet just starts getting higher and higher. Bigger and bigger all of a sudden. You know, they say that the insect size is actually dependent on the amount of oxygen they get. So There must be plenty of oxygen on this planet, I'll tell you that. Almost got that. Again, I'm not sure there is an end to this game. I know there's an end to Red Cold Origins, which technically I probably should have played that before this one, but I'll get to it somewhere else, I guess. As long as I can keep that stream down. Because seriously, there just seems to be a gigantic stream coming at me, doesn't there? Probably 1,500 for the next level up. Honestly, the grenades working extremely well, so I may just upgrade that next. Again, if you said you deal more damage. Don't ask me why that is. Although I think it's slightly more accurate if you do set. Yeah, this level, using the burst for the rifle really shouldn't be a problem, seeing as it pretty much regenerates immediately after you let go of it. Okay, almost to 2,500, which should be enough to upgrade the grenade again. Again, centipedes are my main concern right at the moment, seeing as they're very difficult to kill. I'll probably just wait until the end to upgrade. Okay. I think that level 10 is the highest you can get for all your equipment. So, let's see here at 2,500. Okay. Yeah, that makes things a bit easier, doesn't it? level 18. Well, I'm doing much better than I thought I would. Again, I don't know if there is an end to this game. So I'll just keep going until these things overwhelm me, because you know that's a word. Which I'm sure they will eventually, seeing as they get extremely big. And very, very difficult to dodge. As well. Yeah, because I'm sure I'll be going back there pretty quick now. I've never made it to level 20. I'm gonna guess the monsters are gonna start getting much, much bigger though. I was gonna say, I hope that worked. Now then, if the monsters do back into a corner, you can get into your ship when it still has health. And essentially make the other monsters so that they can't actually hit you. However, once the ship actually does run out of health, it'll exit you out and you're going to have to be forced to jumping around to dodge them. And when everything's covered by them on the ground, well, that can be extremely difficult. Especially when it's some of those rolling things. Because these monsters actually get much faster when you're the only thing on the area to attack. So trying to keep your mothership alive is pretty crucial to lasting longer. Alright, level 20, and let's see how big these things are getting. Well, they're at least as big as me sitting, so that ain't good. Still same strategy. I might be able to get a whole lot more points this round and actually get another level up for grenades. Because they seem to be doing the best here. Yeah, I knew that this wouldn't last. Well, I can't really do a whole lot other than take out some of the flying ones. Yeah, you can see how quickly your HP can go down when the entire area is just filled with centipedes. Oh, I should also mention the main Vulcan cannot actually attack behind itself, which cuts down using it very, very much. I think we're almost through the worst of it. Wait until the centipede's completely off screen before you exit, otherwise it'll hit you. Boy, those things are getting a bit close, aren't they? Okay. I very much doubt I'll last through this next round, but we'll see. Level 21. Can't say I've ever made it this far before. Probably gonna be a whole bunch of centipedes like last time. Doing pretty well considering everything that's coming at me. Alright, it's a few centipedes and that should do it. I'm glad I upgraded this grenade because it seems to be working much better than the rifle. Alright. Lots and lots of them. Could be enough to upgrade the rifle again. And 10,000 for the grenade. Oh boy, that's going to be a bit of a grind. I very much doubt that's going to happen. Okay, well, I think that's about it for the mothership, and I guess it just... Yep. Well, I guess that about does it. Actually, I did much better than I expected. Alright, score 16,617. Well, I guess that's the high score for me. If you guys think you can do better, I wish you a lot of luck. That being said, I'm going to end this episode here, so everybody have a good day. Hello everybody, and welcome to the Sword of Hope. Well, let's get started. And we get started with a wall of text, which essentially says that there's a great darkness over kingdom and you gotta stop it. I will say it's a bit more innovative than most of them, seeing as essentially a king becomes evil and pulls out a sword from a painting which summons a dragon. I will say that's unique. I can't think of any other game that has something like that, but offhand. But either way, this game is pretty interesting, for lack of a better term. The main reason why I say that is because it's essentially a mix between a game like Shadowgate and a Dragon Warrior game. It's kind of hard to explain. Okay, at the start of the game, you speak to the person who saved the prince, and he says you need to get the Sword of Hope, and need to visit the three magicians. And he also gives you some basic equipment. Weed'll be your healing item for the meantime. Herbs are for recovering MP. Anyway, I will say this game is pretty interesting. Anyway, these arrows indicate your movement. Black dots are usually where enemies are in front of the arrows. And there's a black dot in front of the area you're trying to move. You'll immediately run into an enemy. Sometimes enemies appear directly after getting on getting on to the next area. Arguably the worst combination you can actually fight off the bat would actually be two mobs, because if one of them decides to just poison you right off the bat and you can't deal with it in time, poison's really going to deteriorate your defense. Anyway, you'll be needing at least 10 experience to actually get to the first, or I should say second level. Sometimes enemies will randomly appear in the middle of battle. Okay, there we go. You do get a fireball spell once you reach level 2, but I would not recommend using it. The main reason why I say that is because of the rather annoying tendency of this game. Some of these spells can actually backfire on you, especially the first fireball. Also, different enemies may actually turn on each other, which I will say is interesting. Anyway, you'll probably want to be, I'd like to say, level 4 before actually continuing on to deal with the first boss. Main reason why I say that is because I suppose it is possible with the first level fireball spell, but if you get really unlucky, it can backfire on you and deal a whole lot of damage, and it doesn't really help that the first boss can usually deal around, I'd like to say at least 8 damage right off the bat, so that's where I get that advised. Anyway, we should run into enemies right soon. Hopefully you run into more skeletons than anything, because those ones aren't really that bad. It's the poison from the mobs that are really troublesome. Thankfully, this game makes it so that you can't actually be poisoned out on the field. Boy, I'll bet that would be real annoying real quick if you could. Another thing I should mention is that you do actually have a power option in the actual field menu, so you can actually monitor how much more experience you need for leveling up, which I will say is nice. But anyway, we have 23 gold. Please note that items and full healing from the shaming actually go up in price as you level up, so be very careful about that. I don't think the armor actually increases in price though. Anyway, we can actually talk to this lady. Say yes. Okay. And you can actually leave, enter back in and talk to this lady again. And might as well buy one more. Anyway, you can go forward now and open this treasure chest. And get the spell of grace. Please note you will be needing this particular spell. I'm more concerned about the moth. Seriously, poison can really take you down fast. I should also mention that this game also has a bad tendency of having a very low range of things. You know, I'm pretty sure I mentioned this during my Dragon Warrior 1 playthrough, but there are certain ranges for certain enemies. For instance, you may get absolutely no gold from these mobs, or possibly up to, I think, the maximum I've seen is 3, maybe, but, and you can get anywhere from 1 to 2 experience that I remember, so it's kind of random what you get for each battle. For you. Sometimes multiple enemies will be on the exact same area after battle. Oh yeah, that's nice. I forgot that it went by Dragon Warrior logic, or Final Fantasy logic, where if you aim for something that's already dead, you won't hit anything. And I always recommend saving up the silver armor anyway, because in the next part you're going to have to deal with a lot of difficult things. Anyway, let's go and deal with this tree. You gotta either try hitting it or opening it. As long as you got Fireball 2 and you get a high roll, you shouldn't have any problem taking it down by any more than 2 hits. Okay, get Key M. Okay, one more gold for that, and then probably up to 8 for healing. I'm just dealing with any enemies I see along the way. Anyway, let's talk to the shopkeeper, buy the armor silver, and kind of like Dragon Warrior 1, I believe, it automatically equips you with whatever equipment you most recently got. That's nice. Okay, let's go to the shaman's area, talk to him, and rest. I would highly recommend getting the silver armor, seeing as it's going to help a lot in this area. Anyway, I use the key M. That is for everything except for the elementals. Let's hear. And really, that's more or less because they like blowing up in your face whenever you beat them. Anyway, I go to Martello's house, talk to him. Talk to him twice. Please know you will be needing the grace spell to actually do this. Go aim for the moth. I must have been aiming for the skeleton. Anyway, wrong way. Anyway, we can go up and up, and you may run into things like giant bats here, and probably the worst ones being elementals. I really want to recommend fighting these things unless absolutely necessary, because they have a bad tendency of just blowing up on you, dealing around 7 to 10 damage. They're just not worth it. Unless you're dealing with a few giant bats as well. Anyway, make sure you cast the grace spell, and you get a gem. Pretty sure it's a gem, isn't it? Oh, a charm. Yeah, I'd rather not well, seeing as I already did that, I mean, as well. Big bats are arguably the best ones to train on here, seeing as they give good experience and can't actually cast any spells or blow up on you like that. Anyway, after getting the charm, you can go over to Martel again. And then gives you the free star. Yeah, take a look at the pigeon. It tells you to tap on the head lightly, so I don't know, I guess hitting things works. Anyway, with this new weapon, you shouldn't have any problem dealing with most things here. I would highly recommend teleporting back to the shaman and healing before trying to level up. Come to think of it, I don't think you actually use any MP for teleporting spells. Anyway, arguably the best thing to level up on are the giant bats here. Hopefully they don't have too many elementals surrounding them. I'd like to be at least level 6 because that's when you get your first healing spell. Again, I'd rather not get hit by those elementals, but the attack range is pretty varies quite a bit. I mean, seriously, even the main boss may just hit 1s and to 10s on you, and it's kind of like the first Dragon Warrior boss fight with the Dragon Lord, where sometimes it hits you for around 55, or sometimes it hits you for around 10. It's just sort of random. Speaking of which, there is an organ to the left here. Honestly, it doesn't come into play in any part of the game that I'm aware of, but I'm really not entirely sure what it's for, because I don't think you actually need to use it throughout the entirety of the game, actually. So I'm really not even sure why it's there. I'm sure there's an item you can get or something, but I don't think you even need to activate it. Hopefully there's a set of enemies that appear. There we go. I'm glad it's not an elemental. Once you get to level 6, you get the healing spell. There we go. As well as Fireball Free. Please note that Fireball Free hits all enemies, however it does hit you as well, so be very careful if you're planning on using that. Anyway, once you get to level 6, dealing with the well shouldn't be too big of an issue. And just look at the well, open the lid, and go down. Please know there's quite a few treasure chests that are mimics here, so be very careful about it. But probably the most important thing to do is open this chest. Please note that this boss fight does not occur until you get, I'd like to say you get the egg out of the pigeon. Hopefully it doesn't decide to use an acid attack like it just demonstrated. And please know that you'll actually be running into multiple of those enemies all at once in the next area as well, so hopefully you don't just get splattered with a ton of acid, because that seriously takes your health down real quick. I'm pretty sure you can actually run into goblins here as well. Anyway, there is an ivy strand that sort of falls down if you hit the wall. I'll get to that eventually, but first I have to take the doll, which you'll be wanting for the end of the game. Okay, going to have to physically attack. Yeah, something tells me I'm better off training with the giant bats. Okay, let's just exit. You're also going to have to be very careful because I guess goblins and elementals are immune to spells here, but there is going to be an enemy called an ape in the next area that will actually reflect your spells, so seriously, don't cast any spells in the next area against the apes. Especially Fireball free, because seriously, if you get hit with multiple 20s because of your own attack, and they can deal a substantial amount of damage themselves, it's just a really bad thing. Please note that you can only carry 255 gold at a time. It's unfortunate you can't actually teleport to the shop, but either way, let's go and get some more supplies. Because again, prices for items actually increase as you level up. It used to be 5 for wheat. Oh, let's see how much it is now. Yep. Okay, there we go. Got at least free barley, 2 herbs. Okay, well, let's teleport back to Martel and level up to, I'll say level 8. And then continue. Speaking of which, I really should check into how much more until the next level. More. Now let's see here, I'd like to say lightning is one of the spells that the apes can't actually defend against. Pretty sure they only defend against fire spells. check out the new lightning attack. Oh yeah, that's right, that lightning one is a random attack. Okay then. Good thing I checked that. $143. Well, that shouldn't take too much longer then, especially seeing as they seem to be giving at least 5 experience each. Yeah, I better make sure I heal. Oh well, I can think of worst grinding sessions. Although I will say that I probably could have beaten Hydlide quite a few times after for the amount of time I'm probably going to take on this game. Anyway. $18 more. Well, if few more giant bats should do it. I really don't like those elementals, they just have a bad tendency of draining your health. Okay, let's teleport back to the shaman. And let's see here, we actually need to go to the gate to the right. And we'll see how we fare against these enemies over here. Anyway, let's use the Chapeau's key. There we go. Anyway, probably the worst enemies in this area are going to be the apes. The Cyclops you can actually just use Fireball too, and you should be able to take them out fairly easily. But the apes are most certainly a lot worse. $26 for a critical hit. Wow, that isn't too bad, but let's see. One. Oh boy. Well, at least I can train here for a while. Let's try lightning. I think I don't think the ape can actually defend against lightning. $115. Yep, there we go. I can't wait for lightning level 2. 69 more. Yeah, I should probably just stick to using spells here. Oh well, these ones aren't the ones I'm worried about, it's the slugs in the next area. Because as you saw from the acid, they can really take your HP down real quick, and make sure not to use a fireball on that, that'd be a whoop. I believe Fireball 4 actually attacks all the enemy. Okay, let's heal. Come to think of it, I think there's only 3 stores in the entire game that I can remember. Including one in this next area I will probably be going to in the next episode, seeing as I'm just going to be grinding for the rest of this episode with about 11 minutes left, and one, I believe, at the very end of the game, or near the end anyway. I should also mention that in the first sort of hope you don't actually get any sort of companions, which I will say is unfortunate. In the second one you do though. Yeah, but I'm planning on getting at least one more level up, which I think is, oh, well, I'll make that 2 more level up, seeing as I got 5 to go, and then end this episode. Lightning 2. There we go. And we need 243. That shouldn't be too difficult, especially with a thing like Lightning 2. Lots of enemies, aren't there? Oh wow, that just is making it quicker for this. $178. Oh, I hate that. Okay, well, I better take care of the ape then. Yeah, I can't really do anything there because we can't even enter the entrance. I'll get to that in the next episode. Right now, though, we don't need to grind to level 10. I really don't mind that spell with the Mage Fire spell. That's really problematic. Yeah, let's just teleport back to the shaman. Cheaper to do it this way than to use an herb. Okay, use the S key again. Key S. And now let's get that way to level 10 before ending this episode. And I'll probably run out of MP before I end this episode, actually. I plan on ending it at the Shaman. Let me tell you, with 52 HP, I'm not really too comfortable about that. About actually going through this next part, because slugs can really take you down real quick. As that one already demonstrated. With its acid attack. Alright, level 10. And I'll just keep going for grinding until I run out of MP. And more concerned about the ape. Oh yes, that's another thing I should mention. Whenever you get a new spell, that sometimes changes the positions of some of the older ones, so make sure you select the right one if you just leveled up. If I can actually find any enemies, that would be nice. again, if it's an egg, make sure you don't accidentally use a fire attack, otherwise they'll turn it back on you. And let me tell you, if it turns it back on you and uses the beige fire spell and it hits you, it can deal around 40 damage in just that one turn, so seriously, be very careful about that. $142. There we go. And I have full gold. Well, seeing as I got full gold, I may as well refill on supplies. Which I've only used one weed all this time, haven't I? If I remember correctly, anyway. Anyway, I just fill up on everything. I believe you can keep up to 6 things at a time. And I believe you can actually buy golden armor for 255 in the next area. Anyway, let's teleport to the shaman. Check that real quick. 62, not bad. Okay, I'll just rest here. And I'll end this episode here. That being said, I hope everyone's enjoying this episode, so everybody have a good day. Hello again, everybody, and welcome back to Sword of Hope 1 Part 2. Okay, well, we have a lot to get through, so let's get started. Make your way back to Shabo's area, which may or may not take a while because of the miscellaneous enemies wanting to get in the way. Oh, of course. After dealing with a seemingly endless amount of enemies, hopefully we can, yep, there we go. Use the S key, key S, and go through the right. And let's see here, we can actually just use the Fireball 2 spell. And we can go over here and look at the surroundings, and that opens up a new area. So we'll go through the new area. Alright then, take the shovel. He tells you about the moon fragment, and he sort of pushes you all the way back, and apparently you go over a waterfall. Nice. Anyway, we have to catch lightning on things like that. I think Mage Fire will work as well. Either way, like that. Heal first. Now, this next area, it is arguably one of the harder portions of the game, and really that's more or less because of the types of enemies you're going to run into. Thankfully this one isn't one of them, but you can run into slugs which can deal up to 30 damage with their acid attack, as I believe happened in the last part. And you can also run into microids that can actually cast a lightning spell, which if it hits can deal almost 40 damage. So yeah, this area can be brutal if things don't go well. Hopefully everything just sticks to physical attacks. I will say the microids can be a bit of a problem with physical attacks, seeing as I think they can hit around 20, but thankfully they do have another ability aside from attacks and lightning, which is Spore, which sometimes they use, sometimes they don't, but Spore actually makes it so that enemies fall asleep, or you fall asleep. Hopefully they're different monsters, they'll just fight each other. I did not mean to hit that physically. Please note that robos that can actually heal themselves, so don't even bother doing any physical attacks. You just won't be able to deal with them without them healing themselves. Anyway, Yeah, this can be a real sticky situation because of the elementals that appear in this area. Yeah, you see these slugs that they decide to use their acid also hits every other enemy that isn't a slug as well, which means that there's two elementals along with a slug and it decides to use acid, you're going to be dealt around 50 points of damage. Because the elementals are going to blow up as soon as they die because of the acid. Yeah, there's a lot of things in this game that can take you out fast. Anyway, we have 219 gold, which is good, but not 250. I'd highly recommend trying to get the golden armor. Yeah, make sure you keep your HP up. Because if you run into a sticky situation, your HP can go down like a rock. Please note that you can actually get stuck here because of the traps, and there's doors all over the place, so you may get stuck in an area and need to find your way out, which I will say is a bit problematic. That should be enough to take it out. There we go. And let's use a herb. Okay, maximum gold. I better just get the armor real quick. You can actually open up this chest and the marketeer appears and you can buy things from him. Please note that you can buy it at a higher price, but you can only get the armor of gold here, gold armor here, as far as I'm aware. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, I don't think I want to deal with that. I mean, you might be able to deal with it, but they all just decide to start shooting out acid everywhere. There's right not a whole lot you can do about that. One more turn should be enough. With the gold armor, these things shouldn't be too problematic. Avoided something else. There we go. Oh, that's nice. Oh wow, I wasted that slug. I did not mean to switch over to that one. Oh well. Anyway, let's get through this area. Let's open the right pod and get some HP back in. Let's see if we can go backwards, and yeah, I think all we gotta do is go straight back. Make sure you keep enough for at least I'd like to say at least 3 beige fires, just in case you get low hits. Please note that every spell you get changes the way out of your spell list, which I will say is a bit of a nuisance. Oh dear, I went the wrong way. Oh well, simple enough to get back. Okay, we can just go back. You wouldn't think it'd be that hard to get a good hit. Oh well. Okay, let's go back then and to the left here. There we go. This is the way. I'm glad that hit that. Oh, that's nice. Anyway, let's use an herb. Oh wow, at least there's no slugs for now. I keep forgetting. Have another one. Oh well, I'm fine with this. I mean, I need to grind anyway, but... And they just decide to just pile up on one area. It just gets real annoying. Anyway, just go all the way back. Heal if necessary. And open up this treasure chest while making sure you have enough for at least 6 MP. One thing I should mention about shadows here is they actually attack all other types of enemies. Whenever they do attack, they actually attack everything that isn't a shadow. Anyway, speak to the person. And he just tells you about bringing light back, and it disappears. That was needed. Anyway, go to the left and that takes you back out to the river. I apologize for the beeping, but the watch always wants to do that. Either way, let's see here. We need to actually look at the surroundings. Go through once this area is cleared. Which may take a while. And make sure you head up because it actually takes you down by default. I ran into that a while when I was trying to beat this game the first time. Anyway, I attacked the Shabo. And he gives you a better sword. Speak to the pigeon. And what's here? I believe we can actually teleport back to the shaman. Heal, and then we can actually go back to Shabo's place and grind. Okay, good. We're good enough to at least one hit these things. Assuming we get a good hit, of course. Was that really just 1 point added to a normal hit? I don't know, that just didn't seem right. Either way, let's train here. Oh, of course. Yeah, let's try our local phage fire free. say it is quite a risk taking down your own health, but when you're dealing with multiple enemies, it could potentially beat you anyway. I guess it doesn't matter too much. Oh, I am so glad that missed. Oh wow, do we haven't swung. Okay, looks like I'll be wanting to teleport back to Shaymeen. Resting, and now we can go and re-deploy. Hopefully with that little issue. Just a never-ending wall of enemies some of the time. Anyway, let's see. We need 4 herbs and 1 of each of those. Seeing as herbs are more important, I'll just buy them first. Okay, there we go. Oh yes, that's right, I forgot. You need to deal with the Wizard Man first. Okay, let's go back to Shabo's area then. Oh well, at least the Wizard Man isn't too bad. Just make sure you have the gold armor and you shouldn't have too much of a problem dealing with him. Could take 2 or 3 Beige Fires too. I was was hoping to hit them all higher. Anyway, make sure your health is as high as they'll go, and look at the river. And the lizard appears. You have to use Mage Fire too, and hopefully it doesn't really attack. This thing can hit in the high 20s, so be careful. Still nowhere near as bad as the slugs though. Either way, let's heal. And now we can go to the next area. Just use key C. And there's quite a bit we gotta do, like more grinding. Up to maybe 16. Anyway, I'll be running into things such as these shadows and orcs. Hopefully they get a low hit. Because again, everything in this game is range based. It's really annoying, actually. No, they can hit around 20 or nothing at all. It's because that's the way this game works. Well, looks like we better do the herb. Whatever you do, don't hit that rock, because let me tell you, the imp that appears when you hit it, yeah, it's just going to absolutely wreck you if you're not right. Yeah, sometimes you may run into apes. You should just be able to hit them with your sword, though. the orc. I hit the wrong button. I was wondering when I was gonna level up. 2 more levels, I'd like to say. Yeah, let's see here. 450. Well, that means that 9 good encounters should do it. Keyword here being good encounters. I doubt it's going to be that easy. Sometimes you get up to 50 experience, but because of the way this game is, that it's kind of randomized. That one was attacking the orc. I don't think I'm ready for that, but if you search that rock over there, you can actually fight a Yeti. I'll wait until the end of this video before trying that. Probably when I hit level 16. If I can actually run into any other enemies, they seem to be not here. Oh well, that's just the way it goes sometimes. Yeah, I'll deal with the gate first. Well, I wish I would have known that was going to do that. Okay. Well, I really don't need to get any equipment right offhand. Right before I end this video, of course. Right there, that's to that area, which we can't even get through yet, because we need to, I believe, deal with the imp first, and let me tell you, that's going to be a real chore. Especially seeing as they can hit a very decent amount of damage. I'd like to say it could probably hit you for about 40 with the golden armor, so yeah, that's probably not the best idea in the world. that one first. Oh, I thought the orc would beat me to it. This is gonna be easier than I thought it would be. $133. Okay, it was not where they actually hurt other shadows. Pretty sure slugs don't do that with their acid attack. Boy, that was a real low hit. There we go. Okay, one more level, and we'll try the Yeti. And that'll be a 539. Alright then. Hopefully that's enough to, okay, up to 20, huh? That's good. Yeah, what's the airline for you? Yeah, free 73. Anyway, another thing I should mention is this fight you can actually have with Whammy at one of these fountain locations. It isn't really too difficult as long as you get 2 good Beige Fires 2 in, but it can hit around 30 damage, which can be devastating. Please know that you don't actually need to fight Lamia. Yeah, if you are going to attempt this, make sure your HP's full and you have a good amount of MP, and you can look at the fountain and either look at it or hit it, and you can fight Lamia. You can steal your health and steal your other stuff. Thankfully this isn't right too difficult of a fight. As you can see, you don't actually get anything for doing that, though. I just thought I'd mention it. Come to think of it, I think that's the only fountain area you get attacked in, if you do that. Yeah, I should probably stick with that magic. Which is really unfortunate that this game has such a wide range of things. And the main reason why I say that is because you actually have to fight the final bosses with only your weapon. I forget whether the second to last boss you can cast spells, but I'm pretty sure on the final one you actually have to deal with everything with just your sword. Which I will say is very unfortunate, seeing as its range can either hit from absolutely nothing to up to, or I'd like to say around 50 damage at that particular time. I think I mentioned this in the first part, but it's kind of like the attacks the Dragon Lord does at the end of Dragon Warrior. Either hits around 50 or maybe 10 if it's lucky. Or if you're lucky and it's unlucky. What's here? Oh, I did get to level 16. I barely noticed. Okay, well then let's deal with the Yeti. Wouldn't be too hard. I'd like to say it would be Beige Fire for this one. Assuming I can actually get there. Of course, things would have to be difficult. That's one pretty annoying part about this game. It sort of randomly moves enemies in your way, which is quite the nuisance. well, we got all day. That's gonna be another blockade. I mean, I'm fine with it, seeing as I need to grind anyway, but I'd rather do that later so I can end this episode, but that's beside the point. Oh, of course it would be. Anyway, let's heal. And I believe we need to hit the rock. Okay, there we go. Okay, and deal with Yeti. I believe bait fire is the thing we need to use. I was gonna say something was wrong. Hopefully it just sticks to its physical attack. Oh dear, that was so close. Okay, let's teleport back to the shaman, heal real quick. And while we're at it, let's restock on herbs. I'm gonna hope we don't get blockaded. Because I really don't know what else to describe it when the whole ton of enemies just gets in the way other than blockade. I went the wrong way. I was supposed to go left. Okay, let's restock. Yeah, I'll be needing to get a few more herbs. Either way, let's teleport over to Martel, because we need to deliver this sapphire over to that grave I believe I visited in part 1. And of course that wants to blow up, but why not? Boy, did that thing really deal 19 damage and 18 damage. Boy, they're hitting a lot harder than I thought they would. Who knows, maybe it goes by how much HP you have. Although I will say that'd be a pretty cheap shot if it did. Although I will say it seems to have gotten higher. Anyway, we gotta look at the well and open up the lid and go down. Now let's try lightning. I will say it's unfortunate that fireball doesn't affect them. Boy, this game really is brutal when it comes to spells, isn't it? And any ability resembling a spell. And again, another 18, I guess it does go by HP. Anyway, we can go over here. Hit the wall. And look at the vine or ivy. Climb up. And we can go over here. And use the sapphire. Isn't sapphire spelled with 2 P's? I'm pretty sure it's spelled with 2 P's. Anyway, after you use the sapphire, you get the platinum armor. just teleport to the stream.